something and it was a doctrine of demons and you believed it for some reason, but you really, really have to really know the scriptures to know that when the people are dying there that time, Blaze hit it on the head. That is a period of time for 1,000 years, right? It's a part of time that certain things are going to be happening, and this is why we're viewing and watching right now. Almost like we're literally living in that time, because that's the time for everything to be taking place and the prophets to be fulfilled, the prophecies to be fulfilled, I mean. But why you have this notion that it already happened and we're in heaven all of a sudden, like, that makes no sense at all.
How many preterist books have you read? I'm really interested in like how much you really search this matter out.
Are you joking me right now? You know what? Hey, I'll tell you what. For argument's sake, I don't know one scripture in the Bible, yet I know that what you're saying right now is a doctrine of demons. That's all I'm going to say.
And
it doesn't matter if I know. It doesn't matter if I know. It doesn't matter if I've read the Bible 3 times from front to back. It doesn't matter that I've read almost every apocrypha that I could get my hands on. That doesn't matter here, because I'm dealing with your false belief. And it doesn't matter if all the knowledge, just as it says, right, in the scriptures, like, man will search for all the knowledge and all the wisdom, but you're still made a fool. You're found a fool. Man, I'm gonna like calm down, because like I can feel me boiling, right? Like the spirit of me just like angry with you because of this nonsense. But you know what? Let me take a breather, and I'm gonna just pray for you.
Show a little confidence in the Lord. I really got to commend North Star that despite where I think he messed up a lot, he's very calm and he knows he can hang in a debate. He knows he can hang in debate and go on record and give his view and expose his view to criticism, just like me. But you're coming in here with all this emotion.
Right,
I don't think
because I'm zealous, bro. I have so much zeal for the truth, and you have no idea.
Okay, well then, if you, I'm
about to take a rope, right, and start whipping the animals right now and overturning the tables right now, because you are desecrating the word right now completely. You are just so wrong, and it's I just need to pray for you and also myself, because the spirit of me right now is like, oh man, you have no idea how many scriptures are coming to my head right now off the top. Like,
I posted your Isaiah 65. I posted your Isaiah 65 in the live stream text. People are living and dying in the new heavens and new earth.
No, it's 1,000-year millennial reign. It is not the new heavens and not the new earth.
Well, okay, I'll hear that out. I'll hear that out, please. Go ahead and show me that's the millennial reign. I'll hear you out on that, please. I don't believe that is the case.
What do you want to know? Because blessed are those that take part in the first resurrection. So that leads me to believe that there's another resurrection, and you can't use the resurrection of just those that resurrected with Messiah, because this was written after Messiah walked the earth, Book of Revelation. And not only that, when North Star brought up Zechariah, 12:14, people are going to be going back and making trips to Jerusalem to hear the word. The mortals that make it through the tribulation, the mortals that humble themselves and cry out for help, they're going to be helped. I'm not saying every single one of them. And then they are going to be the ones that going to the 1,000-year millennial reign, because Messiah has not reigned here on earth yet. He has not reigned here on earth. And if you believe that he has, then that's cool.
Well,
let us know a few things.
Let me respond. And does Yeshua, as long as 2 or 3 are gathered in his name, Yeshua is there. And we have 2.2 billion gathering in Yeshua's name right now. He has a kingdom on earth. He doesn't reign on earth entirely. He was always meant to reign from the heavens. We know that.
But no, he was supposed to always come back here.
So you don't think Yeshua is ruling and reigning at all right now? Like what's God's influence?
I believe he's acting as our high priest right now, as the scriptures say. He's a a high priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. And then when he comes back to earth, then he's not going to be a high priest. He's going to be a king, a righteous king in the order of Melchizedek. And he will need a temple to be coronated in.
You know, it says in Acts that heaven must retain him until the restoration of all things. And when we speak about at his return and him, speaking to those on his right, inherit the kingdom which was prepared for you. This is when they inherit it, when he actually sits on his throne of glory, Matthew 25:31 and Matthew 19:28 through 31. So when he comes with his angels and he gathers his elect, and they meet him in the air. He's on his way here. He comes to sit on his throne. All nations are gathered before him. That's when they inherit the kingdom that they were promised. Now, I say sometimes, have you redeemed your prize? I brought up earlier, there were those who taught the resurrection had already happened. And there were actually those who thought they were ruling as kings. And one of the disciples says, "You're already ruling as kings? I wish you were. If you were, we would be ruling." It's a simultaneous thing. That's why it says those who are living until the presence will not precede those who are asleep in death. Those who are asleep in death will rise and they'll be caught up together. There's a lot of things being left out here. When you're speaking of Isaiah 65, again, the issue comes up in verse 25. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together. The lion eat straw like the bullock, and the dust shall be the serpent's meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. These animals will not hurt or destroy in all his holy mountain. But where is that place? You said it's already here, right? Where is that place that all these people are going to? This place is spoken about. All these people trekking to it to learn his ways and walk in his paths, of which they are not doing right now. Are you currently, or have you been celebrating Feast of Tabernacles during the new moons? Do you go to Jerusalem? Do you go to yourself? Do you go to your brothers? I mean, these are things that need to be answered.
Yeah,
Hey,
and these are good
North.
questions, and these are really good questions. North, you know that neither of us can get to everything in even like a multi-hour debate. But yeah, I don't celebrate eschatological feasts that have all been fulfilled, which were fulfilled in the first century.
Could you
Yeshua
tell
is
us
my Sabbath.
how the fall feasts were fulfilled? And then not only
Yeshua,
that, Pam had a
yeah,
question.
I will answer the feast day thing, but Yeshua is my Sabbath. Okay, I rest in Him 7 days a week, 24/7. I don't
But that's
do any
not
work.
what that's not what the commandment says. So you're
And
making it
that's
up
my
on your
whole
own.
point. And that's my whole point is you have to look at the prophecies in light of the revelations in the New Testament. Yeshua, Peter, Paul, they all said that the prophets themselves did not understand their own prophecies. I'll post that scripture in there. But it was upon them to actually see the revelation of what it was, which Yeshua is our Sabbath. It's not the Sabbath of the kingdom is not actually resting on a seventh day and in a carnal way. I mean, let me take that back. It's not necessarily carnal at all. If you keep a Sabbath and you're blessed by it, you experience fellowship with God. That's great, but it's a deeper Sabbath than that. The book of Hebrews, chapter 3 and 4, explains this really well. It's resting from your own works and in the finished work of God. But that's just the tip of it. These are good questions. I'm not denying people aren't asking. Yeah, I'm not denying people aren't asking good questions, but I mean, as you know, this is a massive topic.
Question.
Pam had a question. Yep.
Oh, someone else. There's someone else.
Well, I kind of want to ask both of you, but okay, so like, do you believe, Nick, that the kingdom is already here? That the 1,000 years have gone by, the little season of Satan has happened, and now the kingdom of God is here. Is that what you believe? And you believe it's spiritual? It's not a physical kingdom. It's not measured, it's not that big, 1,200 by 1,200 cube or whatever size it is that Revelation says. So you believe it's all spiritual? That it's not physical at all?
Yeah,
That's to
I
you,
think.
Nick.
Yeah, okay. Let me answer that. Yeah, did you hear the beginning of this
Yeah,
debate?
I did, and I think you believe it's not physical. That's what I think, but I want to make sure I understood you right. So I'm just asking for clarification.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. In the beginning of this debate and further on in it, I established how everything in the book of Revelation has an inclusio on it, stating that it's all going to take place shortly. The time was at hand, and that Jesus was coming quickly. So you have to take into account things like the millennial reign. That's using a highly. We know that number 1,000 is a highly symbolic number, right? We know that God is the owner of the cattle on 1,000 hills. Well, we know he's not the owner of all the cattle on 1,000 hills. He's the owner of the cattle on every hill. But it's that number 1,000 that's deeply symbolic. And there was a millennial reign in that sense, a perfect reign, which did happen from about 80-30 to 80-70 when Satan was bound, when there was a concentration of miracles, and all these events happened. So yeah, that everything in Revelation happened. And we know that from the timing statements. And now just Zion is set up and people are getting evangelized into it, or they are on the outside of it. And North kind of strawmanned me a little bit early in the debate. I don't know if he meant to or not, but he said that I think everyone outside of covenant is a dog and a murderer and a sorcerer, like in Revelation 22. And I mean, of course, I don't think that to that extent at all. That's just the prophetic writing style, which was discussing the nature of Zion at the very end. I mean, I think there are Romans chapter 2 believers outside of covenant who are doing the things of God in their heart, and they have God's law in their heart, but they don't actually formally know God. So that's a whole nother important topic, which, I would have to have some time to talk about. But yeah, to answer your question shortly, yes, the kingdom is here. We are Zion. We are the living messianic temple talked about in 1 Corinthians 3, 1 Corinthians 6. We are the living stones of the temple talked about in 1 Peter. And there's actually one more I want to reference. Oh, yes, this is great. In Ephesians chapter 2, it says in verse 19, so then you are no longer strangers and aliens, but you are fellow citizens within the saints and are of God's household, having been built on the foundation of the apostles and prophets, Christ Jesus himself being the cornerstone, in whom the whole building being fitted together is grown into a holy temple in the Lord, in whom you also are being built together into a dwelling of God in the Spirit. It's a living messianic temple, which you will not find in the Old Testament prophets. This is what North Star doesn't deal with properly, in my opinion, because, like I've quoted another scripture earlier, this was a secret kept hidden from generation to generation. But here's the secret: Christ in you. It was all pointing to that, guys. It was all pointing to the creator of everything dwelling in us through his son, which is awesome, awesome good news. And
Well,
yeah, like
then,
death is still go ahead, Pam.
I was just going to say, well, what about there not being any more tears or no more death? Or I mean, because I don't think that this world is a good place. I don't see it as the kingdom is here living in us, and that I see that all of that you're giving us is just from the New Testament. So, what about where it says there will be no more death, no more crying, no more pain, no more sorrow, no more? I
Yeah,
look forward to that. So
yeah, and
why?
I'd like to respond to something Nick just said. Um,
Yeah, please. Well, I had another question too. Is like I could understand seeing like yes, the 1,000-year reign happened already. I could possibly entertain that and entertain the idea that we are living in the season of Satan because this is horrible. This world is just getting worse and worse. If the kingdom is here, even if it is spiritually speaking, as you say, um, Nick, then why do we have all this awful stuff? I mean, why would this continue on and on? I don't want to live in a world like this. If Father's kingdom is already here, living in us. Yeah.
Nick, would you like me to respond to something you said,
Yeah,
or would you
yeah, you
answer
go
that?
ahead. I've been talking for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I agree with you on the living stones. We do not disagree on that. But like I said earlier, we just disagree on everywhere you put symbolism or something like this. So we know that Messiah says, I go to prepare a place for you. We know he also says, in my Father's house there's many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. We know that he says when he goes to prepare a place for you, so that when he returns, he will receive you to himself so you can be where he is. Now, if he goes to prepare a place for you and he's coming here and you meet him in the clouds while he's on his way here, the resurrection happens and people meet him in the clouds, and those that live up into his presence meet him in the clouds. He comes here. He rules all the nations, which is prophesied many times, with an iron rod. He rules the nations. We have a holy mountain that these animals, which are actually animals, they do not destroy nor hurt nor kill on his holy mountain. We know there's death beyond that throughout the earth due to what Zechariah says in Zechariah 14 and so on. Now, when you say this word near, like near to come, or it's at hand, and so that immediately, comes into your mind that it has to be very soon, very soon. I would take you back to Isaiah chapter 13. And this proclamation that's made against the land of Babylon, and this is what it says in the end. And this is the question I'm going to have for you. When these things were pronounced against Babylon, how long did it take when it says is shortly to come? So I'm going to read these last few verses. But the wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and the houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and the owls shall dwell there, and the satyrs shall dance there. The wild beasts of the islands shall cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. Her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. How many years do you think it was after Isaiah wrote this that this actually happened? And keep in mind that this language is used in Revelation, speaking of Babylon, in chapter 18. Keep in mind that near to come, it shall not be prolonged. This at hand, this near, near unto you. The kingdom has come near unto you. So keep in mind those phrases. And how many years was it? And do you put a cap on years when you're saying near to come? Or are we just guessing?
Hold up. What part of Isaiah are you applying to actual Babylon, not the part where God is calling Old Covenant Jerusalem Babylon in Revelation? Take me to the scripture again.
So I'm in chapter 13.
Of
And
Isaiah.
so, yeah, of Isaiah.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
So,
I got you all set up for that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're contrasted. Israel and Babylon are contrasted in the very next verse. It's speaking of what's going to happen to Israel and what's going to happen to Babylon in chapter 14. But specifically here, Babylon is not represented as Jerusalem in Isaiah 13. Babylon is recognized and represented as Babylon, and it's actually the land. And to get that, we can go into the other prophet, Jeremiah, who prophesied the same thing about it. The same prophecy Isaiah is prophesying about. Jeremiah does it in chapter 50 and chapter 51. But specifically, I was speaking of the near to come, her days shall not be prolonged. How many years? I don't care what, people you make it. If you want to make it Jerusalem, go ahead. How many years was it after Isaiah wrote this? Was it 3 years, 3.5, 4, 10, 100, 400, 300? What is near to come and at hand to you? Do you put a cap on that anywhere in a length of time?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. With Isaiah 13, which was written in BC 701, there was an at-hand application by it being destroyed by the Assyrians in BC 686. Just how many years is that later? 15 years later. Some get it as 11 years. It was destroyed a little quicker. Then it was ultimately destroyed by the Medo-Persian Empire in BC 539. It's also represented in it's also referenced in Dan chapter 5. So there was an at-hand application that it suffered a severe defeat just a few years later. But then ultimately, its actual destruction was about 76, yeah, less than 200 years later.
That's
I
great.
would give you, well, hold on, North, let me answer. I would give you that is one kind of an exception, not really. Otherwise, take me to any other near at hand statements in scripture, and I'll show how they all came to pass within a few years or one generation, like 30 years, maybe sometimes 80 years, not over 2,000 years.
So
And
this
that's
is
my
great.
answer to that.
So I'm glad you answered that way, because it means to me that you have conceded that, what I said earlier in my opening statement and my rebuttal. When you go to the prophets, you can have immediate prophecies being fulfilled in a chapter or just a couple of verses. And the very next few statements may be something that has to happen years later, years and years later. I would tell you that, I know of when Babylon was made into a capital when it was taken. Now, has it ever been destroyed in the way that Isaiah speaks about here in the end of chapter 13 or 14 or Jeremiah 50 or Jeremiah 51? No, it hasn't. It really hasn't. Now, has judgment come upon Babylon? Yes, it has. Has judgment come upon Jerusalem more than once? Yes, it has. Will there be an ultimate climax of where they drink it down completely? Yes, there will. And that is clearly pointed out in Scripture. And I'm so happy that, we can go forward from this, and my knowing that you understand that there are prophecies such as Isaiah, when Messiah was reading from there, that can happen immediately or at hand, and then years later. And it's not always 200 years, maybe 400 years, maybe 1,000 years, maybe 2,000 years.
No,
Depending on taking the rest of the accounts and information into account. That's what you have to do.
yeah, and I said, all right, let's go to that next one, North Star, where it's 2,000 years. I mean, everything else is at hand within one generation, a few years. It's Isaiah 13 is the one kind of exception that doesn't prove the rule. You're taking it, and it's not just that those at hand statements. It's parties identified. It is locations. Everyone go back and listen to when Travis debated North Star on this platform, and he solidly showed how Matthew 23, Matthew 24 identifies a specific party, specific generations, the religious leadership, the Pharisees being the one to to um to persecute and kill the prophets. I'm sorry, the apostles and whatnot. So it would be one thing, North Star, if it was just one very flexible, soon statement, but it's way more than that. And in my opinion, you know that, and which
Well,
is why you're taking a certain route. This is my view.
don't build straw mans for Travis and try to defend him, because what happened actually with Travis is he was trying to say, about the Cluzio with, I think it was Matthew 19 or maybe 23 through 25. He was saying those things, and he and I didn't disagree in such a big way on what he was saying in that point. But in reference to Travis's point, he was trying to say this generation. He's immediately speaking to these people. These are the people. I'm sorry, his apostles died, right? They didn't see his coming. So another thing is when he says this generation, and you reading the punctuation that's there, and you're not taking the previous verse into account. When you see all these things, that's the generation that will by no means pass away. Not this generation right here within 40 years, 70 years, 80 years, 20 years, whatever amount of years you want to put on it. He's not saying that. That is, you got to take into context the previous verse. Always, 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 always.
Which was a physical temple he pointed to, which then was summarily destroyed 30 years later. It limits it. But I can't tell you that like over and over and over. You're just going to say what you're going to say. And that's fine. I'm not really trying to change your mind. I'm open to having my mind changed by you. I've been waiting, but you haven't presented something that really answers these
Hey,
questions.
Nick,
And
let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this. And I want you to be honest, because it's my experience that most people didn't know this. And It's right there in Luke 21 at the very end. During the day, he was speaking in the temple, and he's walking out the temple, and of course, he's having continued conversations from that day in the temple. Then he would go and abide on the Mount of Olives privately at night with his disciples. Now, you and I both know as men that whatever this Messiah was speaking about during the day, I'm going to ask in more detail at night. When is it throughout your study, throughout your life, did you come to the conclusion that in Matthew 24, the questions that he's asked after he left the temple on the Mount of Olives were privately had between him and his disciples, and there were differences in Matthew 24 and Luke 21? When did that become evident to you? Has it been recently, or have you always known this?
No, I have, in that case, my view is like Travis's. I think Mark wrote it down one way, Matthew wrote it down one way, Luke wrote it down one way. There are slight differences, but there's parties identified. And your premise that Yeshua would say, before they say, when will these things happen, Yeshua would say this whole discourse between when he pointed at the physical temple and said, see this temple, it's going down. And your premise is a whole thing was spoken there, and Matthew just plumb forgot. I mean, that's real. Let's just think on this for a second.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
No. Let
That's
me
not
answer.
what. That's
This
a
is my
straw man.
answer, North. Don't have to
That's a
like it.
straw man.
This is my no, but this is my answer. Everyone can make up their mind what I'm saying. That Yeshua would be like, there will be a time, thousands of years from now, will involve the whole world. You know, this is all that are going to happen. All 7 continents will burn up and all this. Whatever your exact view is on that. And Matthew just plumb forgot to write it down. Mark just forgot. That's an eisegetical nightmare, in my opinion. That's reading
Well,
the
that's what you're
text.
saying, Nick. That's what you're saying. I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're saying he left it out, but it's the same discourse. You're saying it's the same. I pointed out to you, which you were not aware of. He was in a different location at night, and he's privately speaking to his disciples. There's additional questions asked, and of course, they're gonna ask questions about what he spoke about that day. That's what's going to happen. Nick, you are the one who has this absurd view that they're all the same. He's not answering the same questions. He's going into more detail. I'm pointing out he is speaking to people privately rather than walking out of the temple, as he has just finished a discussion that everyone's still intrigued by, which is why they're still asking him questions as he's walking out. This is what's been pointed out to you. I just want to know, and I guess you haven't conceded that this is the case, that he is speaking to different people about different questions, going into more detail, because you're saying it's the same account. Now I'm saying, how long do you think it would take to read? How long do you think, you said as he's walking out, he didn't have enough time to say this. That's your opinion. Well, how long will it take you to read Luke 21, 1 through 23, or 24, or even 1 through 30, 35, 36? Does it take you that long? Could you walk and talk with me about it? I'm sure we went over it many a times. It wouldn't take me like not even 4 to 5 minutes to read it to you, not even that long. So you think Messiah would have a problem conveying that on his way out the temple as he was speaking about it earlier? Do you really think that?
That's not the point. That's an incredible. Messiah at that point would be redefining prophetic language. He would be redefining phrasings like the heavens and earth will shake, and the stars will heavens as meant to be taken literal. That would be written down by Matthew. That would be written down by Mark. They would not miss this. But instead, he points at the temple. He doesn't say this temple is going to be like the one thousands of years from now, and these things are going to happen. He did not do that, North Star. I can't come up off of that. So we can go back and forth on this all day. We might as well move on. I mean, it's just.
Real quick, Nick, what was the scripture that you mentioned that mentions the mountain of God, it cannot be touched, something like that? What was the scripture?
Yeah, gladly. Hebrews chapter 12. It's starting at verse 18. North Star. He still pinned it to that temple. He pointed at that temple. Then further down, and take note on it's Mark 13, Matthew 24, Luke 21. I'm just going to crash. These are the Olivet Discourse as they're thought of by most scholars. North Star thinks they're actually different discourses, or there's some weird thing happening there. In all the North Star, it says when you see Jerusalem surrounded, flee to the hills of Judea.
No,
It
it
talks
doesn't.
about
No, it doesn't. Matthew
which one
24 does
doesn't.
not say that. Matthew 24 does not say that. That's the problem you have. Matthew 24 does not say when you see Jerusalem compassed with armies. Luke 21 says that. Matthew
Okay.
24 does not. Let me just tell you this.
Yeah, you got
Because
it.
it's clear, listen, it's clear you haven't listened in the past. So he's with his disciples privately in Matthew 24, not in the very beginning, but just a few verses down. He's asked additional questions which are different from Mark 13 and Luke 21, but that's not the big problem. This is where it comes in. So there's a mention of persecution. Hands have to be laid on people and persecute people. Matthew says after the birth pains. Luke says before the birth pains. Luke speaking to a generation that's living before the birth pains, even up to it. And so he's speaking to that generation. And yes, there is distress in the land. There's a tribulation in the land. I agree with you on that in Luke 21. But Matthew 24 is different upon when the persecution happens in a time sense. And also, it does not mention when Jerusalem is compassed by armies. And in fact, the biggest difference I see that blows holes in your argument is this. When you speak of the destruction of the temple being the resurrection, Messiah coming in judgment, and his kingdom being here, Matthew 24 and Luke 21 are extremely different in that aspect. In Matthew 24, he says, immediately after the tribulation of those days, they'll see the Son of Man coming. Okay? And that's why I believe it's future. In Luke 21, he says, after the destruction of the temple, that all things may be fulfilled, then they'll be led away captive into all nations. It takes a while to get into all the nations and be led away captive. It takes a bit of time, and then for Jerusalem to be trampled on. Now, speaking of when Jerusalem's trampled on, I don't believe the 3.5 year period of Jerusalem being trampled on happened exactly after the destruction of the temple. That's another thing we could discuss later. And you could tell me who you think the two prophets were that laid in the street and actually rose up off the ground and were resurrected. And of course, when we speak about that resurrection and those two prophets, we're going to understand in Revelation that they were resurrected at the seventh trumpet in Revelation 11. Because in Revelation 11, verse 15, once the seventh trumpet sounds, the first resurrection's already happened, and the kingdoms of this world, all of them, not one of them, all the kingdoms of this world become his. That's when his rule begins, at the resurrection. So again, all the kingdoms upon the face of the earth, not just Jerusalem. Matthew 24 and Luke 21 are extremely different. You didn't know about it for a long time. Now you're just getting some information that's additional to the existing belief and doctrine you hold to. And I'm hoping you'll be intrigued to go further and dig further and just, fight against it as much as you want, you know?
I know, but just keeping it light, believe me, we all heard you use the word inclusio for the first time the other day. It's all good. I don't want to go down that route with you, bro. But he points to the temple. Why does Messiah point to the temple standing there? How do you uproot that? And to be clear on the other point, it says, flee to the hills of Judea when you see the abomination of desolation. I stand slightly corrected. It wasn't saying about being surrounded by armies and not a small local judgment to the hills of Judea. Okay?
Yeah, I'll answer you. I can answer you on that. This land, as we've spoken about, has had many judgments, not just one. But it had like a climactic judgment in 70 AD, and it's going to have that again.
Last week too, going over the same points.
Just to answer you, when we're in those chapters, just like you just conceded to, you were unaware that, it's not encompassed by armies in Matthew 24. It's the abomination of desolation that you see. So That's important. And when you're talking about the word flee, there's only a few times it's mentioned. Think of the woman in Revelation in chapter 12, flees into the wilderness. 3.5 years. Same 3.5 years the two prophets are prophesying. Same 3.5 years that the beast has his system. The same time period of Zechariah chapter 14, verse 5. Remember in Zechariah 14 where he says, I will step upon the Mount of Olives and split it in two. There'll be a great earthquake. And then you flee to the valley of the mountains, right? As you fled in the days of Uzziah, king of Judah. Okay? And the Lord my God shall come, and all the saints with you. With who? With the ones who fled. Now, have people fled many times from the same place and fled to the same said place? Yes, they have. Because this is where they live, and they know where to flee when trouble comes. So, it's not just once or twice that people have fled. People have fled, and they go to a specific place. And so when you're looking at that word flee in Matthew 24, I encourage everyone to go and look at Revelation chapter 12 with the woman for that 3.5 year time period she flees in the future, and also Zechariah 14, verse 5. At that time. At what time? When he steps his foot on the Mount of Olives and it splits in two. Has it done that? No, hasn't done that. Has the former sea and the hinder sea been healed? No, they haven't. Do people going fishing there because they just, no, it hasn't happened. These are things that have to happen in, like you said in your opening, a sequence, and it has to be specific and it has to be exact, and you're way off.
Yeah, the next debate we can just do on the book of Revelation. We can just do on the resurrection of 1 Corinthians 15 if you want. And I'm going to let you have the last word on what we just talked about, because I really don't know what else to tell you. I really don't know. And I will keep hammering on that private conversation. Matthew forgot about it. Mark forgot about it. But you get to put it in there, North Star. So,
Well,
that's
Matthew
fine.
says it. Matthew says it's private.
That's not
Matthew
fair.
24, yeah, he says it's privately. He says his disciples came to him privately. That's what it says. I didn't make it private.
Okay.
The inspired, the Holy Spirit, the inspired word, not just not just the way that men write, but the holy inspired scripture, put it that way, said it was a private conversation. And so it was intended to be understood by the end of Luke 21 that he spoke during the day at the temple, and coming out of the temple, people still conversing with him. And of course, at night, he would abide on the Mount of Olives. And it just so happens that the inspired, this living word that I have in my hand, lets me know that it was a private conversation with additional questions and more detail, and not in fact more detail, but different time periods marked with a time marker, specifically the birth pains, that lets me know it's two different time periods. And again, the encompassed by armies, that lets me know something else too. It lets me know to go back to Daniel. What is the abomination of desolation speaking about with this 3.5 years? It lets me know to do these things. The times of the Gentiles, when are they fulfilled? What are they? Are the the Gentiles supposed to bring his bloodline, his people, to jealousy? Yes, those things are supposed to happen. So many things have to happen that you've left out, and it's, yeah, we need a lot more time, but we need to be, maybe I'll just be better prepared next time. I try to come in being unprepared, but just for the sake of the audience in the next debate, I'll have things succinct and in order and quite clear, and I'll just go by the scripture and read the scripture. A lot of times you'll hear me tell you what the scripture is. I'm hoping that you're intrigued enough to go and actually search it out yourself. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and this is my last point about Matthew 24, and then you'll say the last word. But this is what I'm emphasizing about reading into a text, because in Matthew 24, in chapter 2, he says, and he said to them, do you not see all these things? Truly I say to you, not one stone here will be left upon another, which will not be torn down. So that's talking about 87. That's talking about that temple. And then in verse 3, it says, as he was sitting on the Mount of Olives, disciples came to him privately, saying, "Tell us, when will these things happen? What will be the sign of your coming and the end of the age?" Well, so according to North Star's view, Yeshua was just speaking about these things, something that's not in the text, because it wasn't the temple he just pointed to. And that's my whole point, is that discourse, that line of talking by Yeshua there would have been talking about a third coming, not AD 70, thousands of years in the future, involving all 7 continents, involving a complete radical redefinition of prophetic scripture to be taken literal in areas like the stars falling from the sky, the sea getting taken away, the earth burning up.
Yeah, I
There's
haven't
a
went
whole,
over those
and in
things.
my view, you read that in the text, and I really am not going to comment on whatever you say next. Just move on, because it is a dead horse at this point.
Yeah, I haven't went over those things you just said, spoken in that way, but some of them we have touched on in the past, but not in detail, and I haven't said the things you just said. But I would just point this out. When you just read Matthew 24 verse 3, you missed his first answer. Did he answer the first question they asked? No, he immediately answered the second question they asked. So I think this is very important. So verse 3, as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, "Tell us, when shall these things be?" What things? The stones being, thrown down, not one left upon another. And the second question, "And what shall be the sign of thy coming, and of the end of the world," or the end of the age, as you may want to say. Now verse 4, here we go. And Messiah answered them and said, "Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name." Sounds like he's answering the second question, ignoring the first. Maybe we need to keep studying this, right? So I would just say that you have these questions. I hope you will please finally concede in the future that these are different questions privately. The scripture makes it private, not me. So that wasn't just my claim without any evidence. It's a private conversation. You can read that clearly. And the persecution that is to come in Matthew 24, verse 8 is the beginning of sorrows, 7 and 8. And verse 9 is when they get persecuted. Now, when you go to Luke, Luke says before all of the persecution, before the nations against nations, before that, they'll lay hands on you. His immediate audience. Yeah, I agree. Immediate audience in that case. So these things, again, the generation that sees all these things, one of those things being the Son of Man actually coming. So I would just say, in closing, if Messiah's already come and he's sitting on his throne, we're all in a bad position.
And I'm just waiting on where I got that part out of Colossians wrong. It said one of those scriptures did not say what it said, so the gospel had been preached to all the world.
Yeah, what you
waiting. I know Blaze kind of jumped in there, so it's fine. But whenever you get ready, come back to that.
Yeah, I mean, we could go back to that and circle around it all day. And what I would just say is your point on that and saying that it's been preached. I do not disagree that no man has any excuse. Every man knows better. Every man knows that there is a creator based on the creation, even the invisible things. So I would say that, that's been preached even in creation, day into day. We look in the heavens, it tells a story day into day. There's knowledge poured out, so night after night. So all of these things are evident, right? Even by the things unseen. But to tell me that the kingdom, the good news of the kingdom or the gospel will be preached and then the end will come, as in if immediately then, I think you're kind of adding that. Or within a generation end, those are things you're just speculating on, while leaving out, again, that these are different conversations going into detail in Matthew 24, private conversations between his disciples and himself. So again, we could go over to Colossians 1. We could go over what it means to preach now and to preach in the future. but I don't think that's going to help your point at all.
I
I just want to see you carry out what he said. I mean, if you want to take back that it does say that, and it's just a bad interpretation, well, that's one thing. But I'm just letting people know where the scripture is. It's up to them to go see it.
yeah, in the Greek manuscript. So I'm wondering, when do you believe that Father Abraham's lineage stopped? Because in Genesis 17:14, as for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. So when did Father Abraham's lineage stop? Because you're saying that it was all for. Oh, go ahead.
Before Nick was born? No, I'm just picking Nick. That's a joke, Nick. I'm picking Nick.
No, I'm keeping it light with you too, bro. I'm telling you, I noticed you using the word inclusio. You didn't do it before a few weeks ago. It's all good though. But yeah, to answer your question, when did Father Abraham's lineage stop?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what's the nature of the question? When did I mean, I guess it never stops.
Right, exactly.
In one sense, it never stops. But I mean, I've in my view, Abraham, his whole purpose in the narrative of Scripture is to be the symbol of the coming new covenant, where for all the Gentiles, for everyone to be grafted in. So in a sense, we're all going to be sons and daughters of Father Abraham in that one sense forever and ever.
But what you're saying in your doctrine is that everybody, and I think that we have an issue that's like a pink elephant in the room. It sounds like you believe that Father, the Most High, is the same as Messiah, because you mentioned that Messiah created everything, when it doesn't really say that. It says that everything was created through him. And I just don't know if you realize what you're saying with the scriptures, because you're saying at one point everything's happened, everybody saw, and there's another point that I saw that you're saying that Father didn't come in the flesh, and that's why I'm sounding, and you said a couple of other things today, that it sounds like you believe that Father and the Son are both the same. Because we do, and I do believe what you said about Father has used armies for sure. Has he led those armies? Like maybe from up above, but he did come, and didn't he sit with Father Abraham? With a couple of angels, and Father Abraham and Sarah were really happy to serve them. I think that's in Genesis 18.
Oh, by the way, Anthony Dickinson told you, Blaze, you should stop with the ivermectin if you see a big elephant. That's pretty fun. But yeah, as far as the whole Trinitarian versus duality, I don't have a hardline Trinitarian or non-Trinitarian view. I think Jesus is the Son of God, and because of that, he has extraordinary levels of agency on behalf of the Father. And we see that because he was the one authorized to essentially bring us into the new covenant and be our high priest. But yeah, I don't want to engage in a Trinitarian debate tonight, other than just kind of point to the scripture. Jesus, the Son of God, he's the invisible God made visible. And someone correct me if I'm getting that second. Yeah, if I'm getting that second verse wrong,
it just means revealed, manifested. He was the Father's representation.
Yeah, and again, I've heard enough Trinitarian debates, and it's like, it's just
it's pretty simple. There doesn't have to be a debate. It's very simple. You either believe the scriptures, what they say, the Father is sending his Son to redeem us, restore us, all the tribes of the earth, all the nations of the earth, or you believe something that has been taught by the Catholic Church, that there's a Roman man god. I mean, it's not difficult.
There is something important to point out. As was pointed out, I had a conversation with someone else. I believe it was Gregory. We were speaking of one of the last go-to verses to support the Trinitarian doctrine in some translations, not all, is Philippians 2:6. And when you go to the original, it's not written the way it is in some of these translations. Some of these translations say that equality with God was something that he didn't have to hold on to, like he already had it in his hand previously. I'm going to read you what the original says. Who in the form of God existing, not something to be grasped, considered to be equal with God. He did not even consider it in his mind. He didn't have the mind to think that equality with God was something to be grasped. And when you look up these words, and some of them, you may see the word rapine. It means to take by force, to steal, to rape, to plunder. This is what it is. I think it's 725 in the Greek, 724, 725. But this is what it means. So it's not that the verse says he didn't think it was robbery. It's not. It's that he never even thought to rob God of equality, but he lowered himself. He humbled himself. The only one who has wanted to be co-equal and thinks it's not robbery is the adversary. He's the one who thinks equality with God is something to be grasped, to stolen, to plunder, to actually take by force. That's the problem. So there's many verses that we can talk about where there's mistranslations and people just have an idea. But yeah, you got to go back to the original.
Well, I think that we should probably let them go to the shape of the earth or something. It was a nice debate. You guys were great, and it was a nice, healthy debate. I didn't leave the house. I was glued to Discord. Like, speak the truth.
I mean, at least Nick did better than Travis. I mean, Jesus.
I just want to say thank you very much to Nick and North Star for such a wonderful, calm debating between the two of you. You didn't let your emotions rule you. You kept yourself in check, and I appreciate it. And it's a lot to think about and ponder upon, but really dig into the scriptures and study and ask the Holy Spirit to guide us and direct us, and so that we see the truth. And we, Father is working on all of our hearts, and we are being refined and changed, and he brings us, to know him more. So that's what I pray for everyone.
Yes, absolutely. Does anybody have anything else they want to say about another topic
definitely.
or anything?
I just want to. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say to back up.
Oh.
Go ahead, bro. Your mic's a little crazy. Try it again. They got a bot program to try to talk every time I talk. It's a big conspiracy. Where's Pete at? Listen, I just want to say that lady was right. Some of these people need to find Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hablen bajito, ¿ok? Estoy escuchando algo.
Jimsy, I think you got a hot mic.
Jimsy?
Yeah, I think you have a hot mic, unless you were trying to talk to us.
I was trying to talk earlier, but can you hear me?
Yes.
So, in reference to one of the verses that he was talking about earlier, it was Hebrew chapter 12. I mean, it's 18 actually, in the King James Version. For ye are not come unto the mountain that might be touched and that burn with fire, nor unto blackness and darkness and tempest. I will say there's another verse that I wanted to bring in relevance to this, which is what was it? Acts 2. In the last days, God says, I will pour out my spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your young men will see visions. Your old men will dream dreams. And I just want to say that God allowed me to see a vision of the mountain of light, which I think it goes to what it says over there. I saw the mountain, an expanse of water and a mountain of light. And it says the mount that has no blackness or no darkness, right? So the opposite of that would be light. And I think it's possible that that's what I saw. That was the same morning that my father passed away. So I guess I probably had a vision in relation to whatever I don't know, his spirit was flowing towards. Maybe possibly the mountain of God. There's reference in the Bible about that, right? In the scriptures.
Reference to what specifically?
So the vision that I had was the mountain of light. So
Yeah, it was. What's interesting, James,
we want to hear you, but you're breaking out, bro. I can't. You're breaking out. You're breaking. It's choppy, very choppy.
Yeah, I think if you go, can't remember if it's chapter 60. There's a few of these chapters that are some of my favorites in Isaiah, and one of them would be this, and it might pertain to what you're speaking of. It's in chapter 62, and if it's not 62, it may be chapter 60. For Zion's sake, I will not hold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake, I will not rest until the righteousness thereof go forth as a brightness, and salvation therefore as a lamp that burneth. The Gentiles shall see thy righteousness, and all the kings, not one, all the kings thy glory, and shalt thou be called by a new name, which the mouth of Yah shall name. Thou shalt also be a crown of glory in the hand of Yah, and a royal diadem in the hand of Yah. Thou shalt no more be termed forsaken, neither shall thy land any more be termed desolate, but thou shalt be called Hephzibah, and the land of Beulah, for the Lord delighteth in thee, and thy land shall be married. For as a young man marrieth a virgin, so shall thy sons marry thee, speaking of the land. And as the bridegroom rejoiceth over the bride, so shall God rejoice over thee. I have set watchmen upon the walls, O Jerusalem, which shall never hold their peace, day or night. Ye shall make mention of the Lord, keep not silence. Give him no rest till he establish, until he make Jerusalem a praise in the earth. That's very key. Don't give him any rest until he make Jerusalem a praise in the earth. The Lord has sworn by his right hand, by the arm of his strength, surely I will no more give the corn to be meat for thine enemies, and the sons of the stranger shall not drink thy wine, for that which thou hast labored. But they that have gathered shall eat it, and praise Yah, and they that have brought it together shall drink it in the courts of my holiness. And he goes on further and further, and this is what he says in the very end. They shall call them the holy people, the redeemed of Yah, and thou shalt be called sought out, a city not forsaken.
Okay. Not forsaken. Do we have any Globers that want to talk about their beliefs?
I'm still so I just wanted to say that in reference to what he was saying, also the mountain that he's when he was talking about it earlier, it was Nick. He said that it cannot be touched, and I think in my vision I didn't touch it, right? I saw it, but I didn't touch it. So maybe the scripture definitely says something similar to that. That it says the mount that might be touched. So might means it could be, but it's not being touched. What do you think? Um how do you interpret that? For ye are not coming to the mount that might be touched. Might be touched, because he said it cannot be touched, and that's in my vision. I didn't touch it. I saw it. I saw it like far away. I'm just saying that he might be wrong in interpreting, saying that it cannot be touched because he says it might be touched. And also because
What verse?
that kind of touched me, because he said that this is like inside of you or something. He related that it's not an actual place, but in my opinion, I think it is an actual place, because I mean it's all over the scripture. And also, when he speak, what do you think? Maybe North or Blaze, when he speak about the mountain of God, it also says about the house of the Lord, the sits on the mountain. So in the Spanish culture, some people think that the mountain and the house of the Lord are the same thing. But when you look at the scriptures, and I see it in two languages, it kind of makes a difference, like a separation from the mountain and the house of the Lord. Some people interpret it as it is the same thing, because it says that people will go towards the mountain, and then they'll go to the house of the Lord. But I think those are two different things. There is the mountain, and then there is the temple or the house of the God, the city of God, which will be on top of
Well,
the mountain.
it's kind of like earlier, he's redeemed men from the earth, right? Now, have they already been redeemed? It's kind of like when you redeem a prize. You've won it, but have you actually collected the prize yet? So he also speaks of citizenship. Our citizenship is written in heaven, in a holy city. Has it came down? Do they dwell in it? Not yet. Is the city considered living stones? Yes. Messiah says he builds his church out of living stones. So all of these things come into context when you start speaking about it. Now, what you were just reading in Hebrews that he was pointing out earlier about you're not coming to the mount that might be touched and that burned with fire, nor into blackness and darkness and tempest, and the sound of a trumpet and the voice of words, which were that entreated the word should not be spoken to them anymore. So it goes on and it says, you are coming to a Mount Zion. And when he's speaking of the kingdom has come near unto you, even when the apostles were doing this, they were saying this, using this phrase, the kingdom has come near unto you. Messiah said, say the kingdom has come near unto you. They are the kingdom. Now, has the kingdom come as it is in heaven, on earth, in its full capacity? No, because we see that there are not only people and cities spoken of, but there's land that's mentioned, and people to be in the land, and things to happen on that land. For instance, like that mountain you were speaking of. It's all throughout Isaiah. We just read one, but it's in Isaiah 2, it's in Micah 4. This mountain of Yah's house will be in the future, in the latter days, is what it says. Shall be firmly established above the highest hills and highest mountains, and all nations shall flow to it. They will actually make a trek to it in the Feast of Tabernacles, New Moons, all of these things, Sabbaths. And they will worship Yah there and learn his ways, and then they have to go and look upon the carcasses of dead men who transgressed against Yah. That's in Isaiah 66, verse 24. So there is physical aspects and spiritual aspects throughout the scripture. But no, I'm not a complete literalist, and no, I don't believe Nick or Travis or many other people are complete preterists. I don't believe they're complete symbolic. They think everything's symbolism in the scripture. I don't believe they're that way. But it's just that we need to hash out a lot of the information that's being left out. Because there's spiritual aspects to things, there is symbolism, and then there's actual things that happen. And just because judgment seems similar, the The moon not giving its light, the sun not giving its light, the stars losing their light. Just because things seem similar when judgment comes doesn't mean it's already fulfilled. Like I said earlier, there's different lands that have been judged multiple times. So, and they're still being judged today. They're still drinking that wine that he's handed out for them to drink. They haven't finished the cup yet.
So that's good. Thank you for that. I wanted to point out to Nick also in Revelation 21:16, it says that the height, length, and width are of equal dimensions, as it was with the Holy of Holies in a tabernacle and the first temple. And they measure 12,000 furlongs, which approximately it's some people say 13. Some people say 1,200 miles. Other people say 1,380, so 1,380. Other people say 1,500 miles. One furlong, approximately 220 yards. So it gives dimensions for the city of God that doesn't need no the sun and the moon to shine on it, because God's dwelling give its light, right? And I wanted to point out that, in my opinion, this, what people talk about when they talk the city of God, from some research that I've seen, I think it's actually visible with special equipment, electro-optical equipment, and it looks as the height and the width and the length and the width, it kind of gives a picture of a pyramid structure. And that, I think it correlates to what the scripture is talking about being as high and as is wide. And yeah, and it's a pyramid of light that it looks like. So when he's saying about this city of God not being something physical, but we actually, the mountain or the city of God not being actual like physical things in this place or up in heaven, I think there's a lot of things that point out that there's actual, besides the scripture, it also there's visions like the one I had or other people has had, and because I'm not the first one nor the last one that have seen the mountain of light in a vision. And with a special equipment, the silhouette of a pyramid of light up in heaven, which is a celestial north. And funny that your name is North, like I guess it's North Star or something. So there is a big reference towards that in the scripture. So the visual is the vision and the visual object are, I think they have to be taken into account when thinking about these scriptures and the, I guess, revelations that have been given. Because I don't know, is the vision some type of revelation in a way? And the observable structure in the sky, how do you describe that?
I guess I just don't understand that whole, like, people are happy with that doctrine because, when people die, we may or may not see them. I don't know, but we have hope that they will be resurrected. And there's hope in still believing that Messiah is still coming and there's things that have to be done. But that doctrine just doesn't explain once somebody dies here. I do believe that we are the temple right now. I don't see any scriptures that say the kingdom is in us right now. I mean, I could be wrong.
Based on that, I want to tell you my experience that I told you, right? Hopefully you can visualize it. What I saw, the same before I knew my father passed away, like 3 hours before that, I saw, like, I was flowing with I saw like an expanse of water, and then I saw a vision of me going towards this light, and far away I saw a mountain of light, and it looked like I was kind of like flowing towards that. I'm not saying it was me. I saw that vision, but I don't know. My father passed a few hours after that. It was possibly that I was seeing what in his spirit where he was going towards the mountain of light. I mean, you're asking about what happens after that, and I had that vision. I mean, that might be something. The
Hmm.
mountain of God here on the middle of the plane or somewhere in the plane on the
Do
plane.
you, do you feel like you were awake?
No, I was actually sleeping when I
Oh,
woke up. I was woken up by a friend. This is like 5 in the morning, and I haven't spoken to this high school friend for over a year. And she called me 5 in the morning, worry about my health because she felt something what was happening to me. And she called me. We used to go to, we used to read scripture when we were younger, and that kind of stuff. We had like, we went to church together and that kind of stuff. So there was
what
something
kind
there.
of church?
It was a Catholic church.
That's what I
But I
thought.
did I did went to different churches besides the Catholic one. But I was young, I was just going with
Mhm.
families and friends and people from school. And we had like we did read scriptures and talk about that kind of
Mhm.
stuff. But I don't
Yeah.
remember much about the scriptures back then. I didn't keep a lot of the information. But the fact that she called me at 5 in the morning, worry about my health and asking me if I was okay and asking me about my family, and she woke me up from the vision because that's the first thing I remember after I woke up. And I also woke up like sweating, like I never sweat in my life. Like I play sports. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I have diabetic sweats. I don't know if you can read how diabetics sweat when they have like low sugar levels. But I woke up super warm and sweating like never before. And then that same morning, my father passed away a few hours after that. So I don't
Hmm.
think those are coincidences.
I mean, it's hard to say on that one. I'm so like I want to say something about your diabetes. There's a parasite that causes diabetes.
You know what? We should talk about that, and I want to
I
hear. I want to hear
Yeah,
more of
maybe
that.
now's not the time, but there's literally a parasite that causes every known kind of disease, and we are the only domesticated mammal that we don't deworm ourselves. So that's another topic. So I could
I
maybe
definitely want to talk to you about that because look at this. We're talking about scripture and all this stuff, and I've been thinking about what you just said. This has been in the back of my mind, and I actually have done some research about it. And now you said that, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Anthony is saying now's not the time to talk about it.
Well,
Uh,
because
Yeah, we
YouTube
just said that.
stream, I'd say mainly because of the YouTube stream, though.
yeah, we could talk about parasites, but not. I wasn't going to bring up the other thing just yet. But yeah. But anyways, that is a really strange situation. I've experienced sleep. What do they call it?
Paralysis.
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 I think 3 times. Maybe the first time I don't feel like I was sleeping, but I mean, maybe. And the reason that I asked what kind of church is because I thought it might be like that one church, because they're all about idols and they're about we're not supposed to be talking to dead entities. So, but I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. People have visions all the time, and in the end days, there's going to be lying spirits and all kinds of different spirits. We're supposed to test all the spirits, and I think
So I was like 22 years old, and in the scripture, I was a young adult, right? 22.
Mhm.
I'm a young
Mhm.
adult,
Sure.
and it says here, "Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your
Mhm.
young men will see visions." And I was a young adult, I guess,
Mhm.
20 something. And I mean, the coincidences. My friend, I haven't spoken to her. We used to go to religious places together, or talk about the scriptures. She wakes me up after a year that she hasn't spoken to me. She had this feeling about my health. She calls me 5 in the morning, wakes me up from a vision that I saw a mountain of light and an expanse of water. And a few hours after that, my father passed away. Like, I'm telling you, it's not a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, I know it's semantics, but if you were asleep, it's a dream, and if you're awake, it's a vision.
Well, yeah, sure. I wake up normally around that time back then to go to open a store. So I was around that waking up time, but she woke me up a little bit earlier than when I wake up. Yeah. But it's just, yeah, dream or vision. But I think it's a vision because I wasn't dreaming things that I normally dream, like me being in a dream, meeting people. I didn't see my body. I didn't see anyone related to me. I didn't see anybody. So I saw an expanse of water, a mountain of light, and I was moving towards like the going down to the waters, like flowing, almost flowing with the water towards the mountain of light, but I didn't make it to the mountain. I was woken up. So, in my opinion, I saw a vision of whatever transit my passed away father on the same morning.
Hmm.
He was passing away, flowing, or don't, you know? I mean, come on, the coincidences? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Sometimes the answer to the vision that you have or the dream you have can come many years later or shortly after. Um, sometimes people may have a vision and during the middle of the vision they get so sick or so excited that it's best they not see anymore. You can remember Daniel when he felt sick for many days or he had to be lifted up and strengthened. Um, and this isn't the only case, but it's just, there's many different ways that a vision can happen. Sometimes you feel like you're actually there. And I mean, like you're really, really there. So there's
Yeah.
a lot of different ways to look at that and speak on it. But yeah, it's very personal. I know it's very personal for you.
And this one was very different. Like I'm saying, normally in dreams, I see family, I see my children, I see my mom, my brother, I see my, my wife, that kind of dream. So I see friends in my dreams. But on this one, it wasn't the typical dream or whatever. That's why I think it was a vision because of the facts that happen outside of the vision before and after. And then what I saw was an expanse of water and a mountain of light. So what does that mean? And then I didn't know what it meant in the beginning, but years after that, and then realizing we don't live in the globe and all that kind of stuff, it kind of make a lot more sense to me. That and then I read some of the scripture talking about the mountain of God and all that kind of stuff, and I think that's what I saw, in my opinion, guys.
Sure. How long had it been since you had seen or talked to your father?
Uh, it was I before he passed. It was like maybe 2 nights
Mm.
before that. Yeah,
The scriptures do say that when we die, when
2 or 3
Father,
nights, something like that.
I think you might like Second Ezra's. It's really good. Second Ezra's 7 talks about, and it does seem like it was in the 16. What book am I thinking? 16. Anyways, it was in scriptures, King James, whatever. But it talks about when we die, that our spirit, well, first of all, I think it talks about when our Creator Father sends out the decree that we are to die. Our spirit goes back to Him. I think that's in Ecclesiastes. But Second Ezra's, it talks about when we die, that our spirit roams around for 7 days. We get to see the very chaotic rest where it's just total chaos. And then we get to see where the restful sleep is. And then after 7 days, we are to go, I guess, where our resting place is, I guess, depended upon how we lived our lives. Did we
Wow.
try to, learn about the Creator and His Son? Do we already have it figured out? Did we already believe it happened? Did we preach? What did we preach? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that that's right. I'm saying there's a reason they took Second Ezra's out because it's an end time book, it has a lot of really interesting information in there.
You know, another thing, I had to open my mic because the guy was talking about the mountain and that kind of stuff, and then you asked about what happens after death, and it's a coincidence that you guys were talking about that, and I was listening, and I had an experience with, you know, what something that happened during the death of my father, and in relation to the mountain of light and myself. So I had to throw that in.
Like, if I were to have a vision now, or and I was awake or something, or even just listening to a prophet, I would have to take it back to what the scriptures say, how to test a spirit. Because there's going to be lots of lying spirits that are coming around, and that's part of the whole deception. But if we take it back to the front of the book that tells us how to test the spirits, like Paul mentions that we're supposed to test all spirits, but it doesn't tell you exactly what to do. It tells you in the front of the book, which that's all they knew when they were preaching, is if they weren't telling you, hey, stop what you're doing, turn back to God and follow his instructions, then we're not really supposed to listen to them. If they are talking about something and it comes to fruition, then we have to give it consideration, like, okay, how do these people live their lives? I mean, it's coming down to that pretty soon. Because there's good on YouTube, I always hear about people having visions and all this kind of stuff. But when I find out that they don't necessarily believe in the front of the book, then I kind of just stop listening to them. Because I don't know any of the prophets that didn't follow the instructions, which are the front of the book that tells you, you know. I don't know any of them that didn't follow the Messiah. I do I mean, that follow our Father's instructions. But I do know there was a bunch of prophets and a bunch of priests that led people astray. And it even said, you know, if somebody tries to come and get you to go worship another god, that you are supposed to bring them in front of the temple and to bring it to a priest. And then, you know, I mean, I guess anyways, that's just a different story, but obviously we don't do that now. But it's coming down to, we're going to have to test all spirits. And how do we do that?
Well, I wanted to bring this up because I referenced the mountain of God in a vision and in the scripture, how it talks about it. And I think, in my opinion, from my conclusion, in those two things combined, scriptures and a vision, I think it's a real thing. The mountain of God is not just an imaginary thing. Mm-hmm. I think the guy was kind of trying to say the mountain of God is not that. And then the city of God is actually an actual structure that is up in heaven, because in my opinion, there's actually visuals of it from down here. So in my opinion, it is an actual real thing.
Absolutely.
I agree with you. I agree. Yep, I agree 100%. Because why would he give us the dimensions of it and it not be something that physically we could, and that he says we have a mansion and it's there. So how could it not be physical? I have a hard time with that, that it being spiritually, and that, yes, the Holy Spirit lives in us and guides us and directs us. And then we were given the Holy Spirit when Messiah left. He gave it to us so that we could have that Spirit to show us and help us to discern the truth and know his wisdom and his word, the Bible, and that is given to us is how we can be connected to him and know what's right and wrong, how we discern these spirits. So this whole concept of it all happening and that the kingdom of God is here, that it can't be, because he said that there won't be any more death, there won't be any more sorrow. That's still here. If this
Yeah.
is the world that is what he promises us, I don't want to be here. I don't want anything to do with
Right
it. And
on.
that's not a heavenly Father, creator Elohim, or creator God that I want to serve. So yeah, no
Right.
way.
Well, now that we're on to dimensions, what about Ezekiel's temple? I don't believe that's been built yet. And I believe that there are
Nope.
people trying to, build it now and try to say that it's that one.
I don't think it will ever be built here.
You know, in
I don't think.
I'm sorry. I in the
That's okay.
because
Go
I've
ahead.
heard people kind of talking about in the Spanish culture about the temple. They put like the temple and the city of God at the same theme, and they're kind of speak about we have to build that temple, we have to build that city or something. And for me, it was kind of confusing because I think the city of God is something made by God. It's not man building it.
Nope.
I
Well,
think there's
yeah.
Well, he
oh,
taught Moses in the wilderness, to make that tabernacle like his heavenly temple after it as a model. And even Solomon made it according to what, it would be what the heavenly one is. It's just not as big, of course. So, no, his temple is built by him. It's not built by our hands. Nope.
There is a huge difference
I believe it's
of
built by Messiah scripturally,
the
because he says he goes to prepare it, right?
there is a huge
Yeah, you're
difference
right.
of scale size of what at this date, in my opinion, we can accomplish. Like, yeah, we can build big structures and everything, but when you read the scriptures and it says 1380 miles of as on at the base and the same measures as high, I mean, how many men do you need to build something like that without, I don't know, the help of God? I mean, that's a huge structure. It's big.
I don't think human hands can do it. That's why it's not by humans.
I got something important pertaining to what we were speaking about, the resurrection and speaking of heaven, all these other things. We didn't go over it tonight, but it's Philippians 3, and I think it's very important in light of what Nick and I's whole conversation was about. Uh, you guys can read it all yourself. I'm just going to go over a few verses. In verse 11, if by any means I might attain unto the resurrection of the dead. This is someone who's already in Messiah speaking. If by any means I might attain unto the resurrection of the dead, not as though I had already attained, either were already perfect, but I follow after, if that I may apprehend that for which also I am apprehended of Messiah. Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth into those things which are before, I press toward the mark of the prize of the high calling of God in Messiah. Let us therefore, as many be perfect, be thus minded. If anything ye be otherwise minded, God shall reveal even this unto you. Nevertheless, whereto we have already attained, let us walk by the same rule, let us mind the same thing. And it goes on from there, speaking of our conversation in heaven. And, people refer to your citizenship being written in heaven. Of course, we know that the holy city comes down out of heaven. We also know verses speaking about the mountain of his house being established above the highest hills and highest mountains after he has leveled the mountains and he's raised the valleys. We have all these pictures of things happening.
Yeah, I think what we see up in the luminaries is a result, effects that are being caused by the mechanisms, and on top of that is actually this structure or the city of God that sits on top of the firmament and above the waters above, and the movement of that structure is the actual cause of the effects that we observe as the rotation of the North Star and celestial north and celestial south. So those are expressions in the layers below, and from down here, from this perspective, we see this light show that is being caused by the source or the movement of the structure, causing those effects. That's part of the mechanism. Obviously, we cannot explain it completely because there's limitations to the things we can do, especially with the things up above. But everything points out when you look at a lot of the phenomena that happens that we can observe from the ground. A lot of this phenomena happens in relation around the structure that is up in heaven. So it's not a coincidence, especially like sporadic meteors, what people call sporadic meteors. They source from 6 radiant sources up in the sky around these regions of the sky, and that's another underrated phenomena that we can observe from down here, and it points out towards the design and the movement of this structure in the sky. I don't know if the structure could be moving and causing all of this vortex of energy that we're observing. And yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that the structure is up in heaven, not down here on earth.
Another thought about this whole thing that they were debating about what Nick says. Well, you know that we have in the past lost people that believed in Messiah, that accepted him as their savior, and that we believe in our hearts they would be in Father's kingdom. Well, where are they? If Father's kingdom is here, where are they? You know? So how could it have already been here? How can it be here already? It can't, in my opinion.
Yeah. I just don't understand it.
Hey, North, there is I think there's a structure, a scripture that talks about the source of the sun, and it talks about the higher part of heaven and the tabernacles. I have to look it up again. I think earlier someone was reading about it in a different Discord, and I think that's the source. I mean, because people these days they kind of point out people to be kind of like sun worshippers in a way. You see how the globe model teach you, you are dust from the sun and you come from the sun and all the kind of stuff, like kind of like worship this cartoon that they call the sun and the globe. But the source, the source that I would say, the source, God, or the city of God that is up in heaven, is the source of the sun and the light and the luminaries and the cause of those effects. And or a big a centerpiece of that.
Yeah,
But
there's even
it's not the source of the light like these globers want to tell you. Oh, this the light comes from the sun, right? And other stuff. I think that the sun is an effect that is being caused by the source. What I'm saying, God, or the city of God that is up in heaven, where God dwells. Go ahead.
yeah, there's a few things very interesting. Um, we know that the Father dwells in unapproachable light you cannot even approach. And I've brought this out in the past, like Lucifer being the light bearer, the one who bears the brunt of the pure light, and then lets other people receive it. I've kind of gone along those lines. But also, when you look in Revelation, I think it's the fourth trumpet, the sun is smitten, which means to be pummeled or struck multiple times. Now, when I'm thinking of that, I'm thinking about what you're describing, that it's not the source, but it's kind of like a focal point, or kind of like a magnifying glass. It's not the actual source, but the source is being transferred through it. So I look at it kind of like a magnifying glass, because in that fourth trumpet in Revelation, the sun is smitten, the moon also, and the stars, and each of them lose a third of their light. And I've always been intrigued by, what does it mean by lose a third of their light? Um, I've speculated, does it mean the light centers down to a focal point, like you're trying to cook an ant? And is that the reason, not long after that men are burnt by the sun, and they get these boils and different things? But yeah, it's very interesting once you get into speaking about the sun, and and seeing if the sun can actually be pummeled or struck or not. Is it physical? Is there some kind of physical apparatus to the sun? But yeah, it's very, very interesting. Also, you see one. What is it? An angel standing in the sun? Does it say on or in? There's a lot of interesting things about that.
I agree with you with kind of like the magnifying glass. Yeah, and in a sense, it kind of does the phenomena that we kind of observe. But yeah, my point definitely was that that is like a result or an effect that is being caused by the mechanisms in place, coming from God, coming from the, I would say, top piece, which is above the firmament, above the waters above, and that will be the city of God that is up in heaven. And that's what they hide in. They hide in heaven from everybody. Basically, had the heaven that is in all over the scriptures, and people from all nations have spoken about heaven above and us here below, right? They took that away with these lies. They took heaven away. They look into space. You seen emptiness up there, right? You see the lights, and the rest is emptiness. But oh yeah, I think they took heaven away when I mean they didn't take it away literally or physically, but in the idea in people's minds.
Yeah,
And-
someone said earlier not to look up, but I mean the first covenant was the rainbow. I mean, so
yeah. Have you seen the pictures of when I look into the scriptures and it talks about the measurements of New Jerusalem, globers depict a globe and a cube on top of the globe. Have you seen that? It's an actual cube on top of a globe, which I find kind of funny because it's definitely not a globe, and from the visuals and the measurements, it's an actual. For what we can see in the electro-opticals, it looks like a pyramid, and that will give you the as wide at the base and as high, the same measurement. So
yeah, I think it's funny. And another thing I think is funny about that, the walls, 12,000 cubits by 12,000 cubits, the cubit according to the measure of a man, or that is of the angel, or the measure of an angel, that is of the man. And that would add up to what, 144,000. And so that's interesting when you talk about the city's measurements in chapter 21 and the wall and the cubit, that of the measure of an angel or that of the man. And then you speak about the 144,000. That's kind of interesting how it adds up. And you speak about the 12 apostles, and we know the 12 apostles are supposed to sit on thrones and rule the 12 tribes, and there's all these different things, and yeah, we could go on for days, man.
there's another thing about when people talk about the celestial sphere. When you see the electro-opticals, you kind of see this silhouette of a sphere, like almost like the rainbow around the sun and the lunar rainbow, the sun rainbow. You see this circle, or kind of like when you that's the circle will be, in my opinion, 2D, but in 3D. And then you look at the electro-opticals, you see this sphere that is around what I will say is the source, or the city of God, or what is above, and you see like a sphere that is around it, because you also see this cycle during the year. With the electro-opticals, you see like this cycle that is there is a movement, and that's that causes the seasons, in my opinion, because all these mechanisms are causing the effects that we see down here, the cycles of the sun, the moon, the cycles of the luminaries. Those things are not happening by accident, right? There's a design to that. Many people in here know that. But this celestial sphere is actually visible up in heaven. And I think when people want to talk, when they translate that kind of like a spherical observation up in the sky in a sense. They want to translate that into the ground and make the ground a sphere, right? But that's an observation that is of heaven, up in the sky, right? That's why the Globers look at the sky and say, "You see, balls, spheres in the sky," and therefore the ground is a sphere as well. But the celestial sphere, in a sense, I think is actually observable. We see what we see as the effects, as the vortex of the luminaries of the celestial north and celestial south. You can kind of compress that into a sphere, I will say, but those are still effects that we observe in my opinion, in the layers that are between heaven and earth, and the cause of that movement up in heaven, up in the layers above. The cause of that is the movement of the structure that is above the layers in between heaven and earth, and the mechanisms in place. So yeah, the celestial sphere, I think there is something to that, but it's up in heaven, and some people say that sphere is that means that the ground is a sphere as well.
Hey, North Star. When it comes to the seasons and stuff, like I've always wondered if like the angle of the sun or something, like the grass senses that and goes dormant or what, because this time of year, like fall's coming, the grasses are all going dormant and stuff. But like if you have a trailer or something parked, that's like keeping the grass from getting direct sunlight, that grass is still green, but where the shadow would be, but all the other grass has gone dormant already. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, and some might tell you that it's due to holding the heat there, or from the trailer, and
Like the frost not falling on it or whatnot.
Yeah, some people would try to equate it with that, but it's definitely something to think about with the sun. I mean, if it's at a different angle, or if it's struck in such a way, and if it is some kind of physical something there, would that act as a magnifying glass? And I think we all have to understand that's the case. This is not a burning ball of fire we're looking at in the sky. So there's something going on here, like the previous gentleman said, about the source of this light that we see from the sun. And yeah, I think you may have a point there. There may be something to the angle and how this whole thing works.
Can y'all hear me okay? I've never spoken on this mic before. Does it sound all right?
Yeah.
Dang, something else I want to say. I forgot now. Jim C, I'm not I don't really pay attention to necessarily those type of ideas and topics, but I think in the circles where people do, they would say what you had was a prophetic dream. If you're asleep, it's definitely a dream.
Yeah, I would say the label will be obviously something that we can label and give it a meaning. The only thing is that I've experienced hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of dreams. And I'm telling you, in my dreams, I have conversations, I see people, I meet other people that I never met before. It's kind of like something that I can relate to experiences that I have, especially how I feel in the dream. Like in the dream, I feel certain ways, and I'm like looking for something, or I want something, or thinking about something. I have questions in the dream, right? But on this, you say in dream, right? I for a fact, I never had a dream like this one, because I didn't have any feelings. It was a vision because the thing is, I just saw something, right? As a visualization of something. I didn't interact with any people. I didn't ask any questions. I didn't want anything. Didn't had any goals. All I saw, it was like a vision of something happening, which was an expanse of water and kind of like going towards a light on top of the waters and seeing the mountain of light towards the horizon, I will say, in a sense, right? Let's say you're sitting kind of like on a hill near to the beach. You're kind of a little bit higher than the sea level, and you see the beach in front of you, and then towards the horizon, what you see is a mountain of light. And the thing is that it didn't look like a daylight day on the beach. It didn't look like a sunny day on the beach. It looked like darkness, but it looked like it was nighttime, right? Like the sky was, for me, it looked like the sky was dark, like at nighttime. But imagine a mountain of light in the distance that is kind of giving you ripples of light on the surface of the water. I could probably depict
understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
and like I said earlier, I know it's semantics, but in Joseph's dream when he was a child, it was a dream. Same thing. It doesn't say that anybody spoke, right? He just saw these things. In Pharaoh's dream, same thing. We don't hear of anybody speaking. He's just seeing images and stuff. You know, they knew when they woke up that they were not normal dreams, right?
Yeah.
But they were still told that they're dreams. And just like that saying you said earlier, you know, like everyone dreams, you know, I mean, stoners don't know their dreams, and I don't remember my dreams, but I know I dream. And when that thing you originally said, you know, that scripture you read, you know, it says, I think it's that the old men will have dreams.
And the young ones will have visions. And I was a young adult, right? I was 20 something years old. I mean, I guess I wasn't old.
And in Acts 10, we don't know if he was asleep or not because he was tired and waiting for the food. And there it says trance. And saying, but he heard, but he did have hear speech. So they might have used the word trance because maybe they consider it's a different type of dream or something because there was speech involved. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I think it's more like a prophetic dream.
And another fun fact is that I didn't have a fever. I wasn't sick at all, not even the days before, not even during that moment or after. I wasn't sick or anything, but I woke up sweating like I've never in my life ever sweat before. Like my bed was wet. It wasn't pee. I wasn't peeing myself. I was just sweating wet. My body was like that. I woke up to that. So that's another thing about it. Like never in my life. I'm probably playing sports or something. No, never during in the bed.
Yeah, I woke up that way one time in my life. I know what you're talking about. Your whole body is wet. There's no way you peed yourself because even your hair's wet.
Yeah. And my father passed a few hours after that, and you know, like it's no coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence.
Personal question: your friend that called you, the female, had you ever had sex with her?
No. I mean, not. Well, this is very personal, but we were kind of close in a sense. But let me tell you, during that date, during that moment, at that moment, no, we didn't. But I will say after, yes, like years after.
The females in my life that I have slept with, that's why I was asking. You know, it says become one flesh and whatnot. I can sense.
We were close when we were like in school together. We were like young, going to school, going to church. We appreciated each other. We kind of like had this friendly growing up friendship, and in a sense, I kind of felt, I felt like when I was next to her, I'm a male, you know, I felt kind of certain ways, right? But we never did anything. We never kissed. We never did anything. We were just young friends, and we went to church, but obviously I had certain kind of like body feelings when I was with her, right? But nothing happened because we were just young and friends. And then I moved because she was in the Caribbean and I was in the United States when this happened, when she called me, because we didn't see each other for years. And then we spoke on the phone sometimes, but then it's been like over a year that we haven't spoken even on the phone. And then she called me at almost 5 in the morning, asking me about my health and all that kind of stuff. And she woke me up. My cell phone, It's funny how in the scripture it says like a trumpet right after that, and it's funny that sound, right? The sound woke me up from the vision. Took the sound of the cell phone next to my bed on the night table, woke me up, and it was her calling me at that time in the morning, asking me about my health, worried about me. Yeah. So yeah. Who was the gentleman asking me questions just a minute ago? Because I didn't see your name.
I serve the one I am.
Oh yeah, we've spoken before. My bad, bro. Good hearing you again. Yeah, bro. And for me, just this is just me kind of putting pieces together, and the mountain of light, which is, in my opinion, towards. I wasn't there, right, because I was on my bed. So people call this what, a spiritual or spirit, I don't know, like out of body experience or some sort. But someone not too long ago told me, maybe you saw what your father was seeing, and I was, you know what I'm saying? Like, I saw a vision, because obviously dream, right? Dreams or vision. But for me, that's a possibility. I was seeing him flowing towards the mountain of light. I didn't go to the mountain of light. I just saw it. And he was passing away. Passing, when people, in this term, people have used in many languages, like passing away to the other side, or I mean, just saying. And then in the scriptures talk about the city of God coming down from heaven and sitting on top of the mountain or something like that. I mean, the city is gonna have to come down to earth. That's what it says in the scriptures. Heaven coming down. I mean, the city of God coming down from heaven, and this mountain of God, where the house of the Lord is, right? Putting the pieces together, it does make sense, at least for me. Unless I was a glober, then it doesn't make any nonsense, because the globe Earth is nonsensical. So anything that you kind of want to think illogic, everything you think in the globe that is happening in the globe is actually illogical. So anything that you experience in the globe, it's nonsensical. Because you actually don't experience it. It's dysfunctional. But in reality, it's functional that the mountain and the city sits on top of the mountain. It makes sense. It's logical, in my opinion, based on the observations, the scriptures, the revelations, and my vision, and the observations of the structure up in heaven. It adds up.
Like children. I've fallen asleep. I'm gonna take a nap. Y'all have a good one. Peace. I'm waiting on Veronica to finish her novel she's typing.
Serve the I am. Did you say something, bro? I think I saw you flashing, but I couldn't hear.
Yeah, it must only been you because I know Veronica heard me. I was just picking on her. I said I was waiting to leave. I was waiting for her to finish typing her novel. But it ain't as long as it looked like it took her. Anyway, y'all have a good one. Peace.
All right, cool. You were talking to Veronica, right?
How did the debate go? Well, don't everybody talk at once.
Congratulations, you just won the silent game. You're the winner. Good work.
Uh,
Hey, Dad, let's play this.
Yay, I won.
Oh, you.
Uh, how the how did the debate go?
Missed it.
You.
Did Jesus win?
There's some other people that are here, still here, that were there for it, so maybe we'll answer your question.
Apparently not. Well, this is boring.
Considering it's a debate that contradicts what the very word says, anybody that knows the scripture, I think, should be able to debate against it because it's a complete false doctrine. I'm talking about in
Yeah.
terms of discussing what preterism is. You have
Yeah,
to
sure.
really want to deny what the scriptures say to believe it, in my opinion.
Just throw it out. Why do you need it?
Oh, I didn't hear you, man.
I said, why don't you just throw it out? Why do you need it?
Oh, we're talking about why do we need the scriptures?
Yeah.
Well, because that's your compass for truth in this world of lies, right? We've all inherited lies, right? If we don't have a standard to measure everything else against, then how do we know what's true and what's not?
Logic.
There's a lot of very logical people that are very deceived, my friend.
Well, there's a lot of deceived people, but most of them are deceived by their own selves.
I'm not trying to ignore you, man. I just got to take care of my children. They're running
Oh, that's
crazy in
fine.
the house, and I got to get them something to eat
Uh,
and real.
yeah, I'm searching around anyway. I'm looking at other servers, seeing if anybody's hanging out.
I don't.
Trying to find something to do before I have to go to bed. And since I don't really have time to get in anything else, just gonna look around for a combo.
Mic check. So that's your new thing now, Jesse? You're going with the pressure gradient? Ruhif special?
Say that again?
Is that your new go-to now? I heard the pressure gradient thing. Is that what your go-to thing is now, guys?
Oh, hey, Montreal, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Well, actually, I got a cold, but other than that, I'm doing good.
Sorry to hear that. How about the pressure gradient thing?
Oh, Raspberry and I have had this ongoing conversation that started at another server a long time ago. So we're still talking about that.
You mean you came up with the pressure gradient? I thought it was Ruhif first time I heard him.
Well, I don't think any of us came up with the pressure gradient. It was written about hundreds of years ago.
A pressure gradient, helping out refraction. It's the first time I heard about it, bro.
Oh, well, what do you know?
I guess you learn something new every day.
I guess so. I sure do.
So, Jesse, let me ask you something, bro.
Sure.
We know you're a young one in your 20s, right?
Who, if only.
Not true.
Twice.
No way. Okay. I
I'm
got you
40.
wrong.
I'm 44. If you gotta
No
know.
way. You sound like a kid, man.
Well, that's because I think I stopped developing mentally at about age 10. One time I tried writing a poem and I posted it to Reddit, and they says, "Oh, it looks like a child's poem." So I think I just stopped at age 10.
Okay, I must have mixed you up with Bacon and what's his name? Forgot his name. They're in their 20s. Anyways, I was gonna ask you, but I thought you were in your 20s because I don't hear any space talk, any Artemis talk. Now, I seen a friend of mine today. I asked him. He didn't even know there was a rocket sent to the moon. Like any people your age. Well, I guess just general people that you know. Anybody talking about that?
I heard it from you guys.
Isn't that amazing?
I don't watch TV. I don't have it. I don't watch TV.
Okay, same here.
I'd rather be out doing something, building something, or making observations.
Yeah, I hear that. It's just that I'm surprised there's no talk. No, haven't heard nobody talk about this. It's
No, but
amazing.
that's why this community is appealing to people like me. Is because just like Jesse said, is like he heard it from this community. But yeah, we generally talk about the subjects that are interesting to me. So I think that's cool that you know that's usually the top. Like it's common for that to be the topic in this community. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I'm especially surprised at this community, Coach, because it seems I'm the only guy that brings it up.
Well, you that's cool of you, Essie. That's what makes you a cool guy sometimes. But I think that personally, most okay, so for years, this entire community, this mission, this set of missions is sort of what a lot of people in your community said was never going to happen, right? So in a way, this happening kind of like crosses off, a big chunk of the arguments that you guys have regarding the moon, especially if we send people back, because then you guys can never say, oh, we went 50 years ago and they destroyed the thing and this and that, but that argument's kind of discarded now.
Well, no, not really. And that's my whole point. You guys should be all over us like white on rice. Look at this. We got the thing is up. Look at our live. Could it be because you got no live shots and it looks like absolutely ridiculous? Could that be why you guys ain't talking about it?
I mean, me personally, that's not really my thing, first of all. But second of all, well, I can't speak for anybody else. But like I said, yeah, for me, I'm not really one to rub shit in people's faces like that. Although I will say that, yeah, I mean, the more missions that this does, I mean, I'm proud of it. I think that it satisfies what you guys have claimed was never going to happen, but that's just me. I guess you're unhappy with the data.
Well, there's absolutely, you know what they're showing? The spacecraft right now, it's supposedly, now, mind you, I don't believe any of this, but I'm just going with the fantasy, right? It's supposed to be orbiting the moon, right? Don't you think the camera should be pointed at the moon? But the few bits and pieces that they give us, guess where the camera's pointed at?
The craft?
The Earth.
Okay.
And when it was near the Earth, they were pointing at the moon. Like, what the F, man? Like, everything is like upside down.
You have to remember that this was an important mission, and not for the purpose of entertainment. Entertainment is certainly a good byproduct and something that there's people at NASA are going to capitalize on. But this mission is extremely important for the next two missions, in which they're going to attempt to send people to land on the moon. So most of their resources are spent checking all the equipment and all that kind of stuff and the systems. So like I said, I'm not disappointed, but I understand that would be your position. So
yeah, well, they have 16 cameras, bro. Not one or two, 16.
Yeah, I'm trying to find an article because I didn't read it, but I remembered to save it. I don't think I did, but it was something that said, look at these weird pictures that they just took from Artemis, and I didn't even click on it, but I thought I saved it somewhere. So let me see if I can find it.
You know what I think, bro? The general public doesn't give two shits about it.
Well, no, that's one thing. That's what I was going to say too. Is I've said this before about the Apollo missions, that they were one reason why they stopped doing them was public interest had waned. But I really didn't know until I saw something recently that the public interest had waned in the Apollo missions. Starting at Apollo 12. Apollo 12, they weren't even they were barely paying attention. And, Apollo 13 had all that drama. People weren't even watching it up until the very last part of it, when they were seeing if they were going to actually make it through the atmosphere. Then they actually had some viewers. But when they first did their first live stream, they didn't even put it on TV because people were concerned with the war and all this other type of stuff. So they people weren't even paying attention. And that was when we landed on the moon. So, people are just generally not that interested.
Yeah, absolutely. I could understand. Well, I really can't understand the general public, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
People are busy with their lives, but this community here, like, I was expecting every time I go on a server to get lambasted. See, you said it would never happen. Look, it's here. None of that, man. Nobody's talking about it in the community. I
Yeah,
find that really strange, man.
I'm just interested in learning new stuff and finding out what the truth is, and rubbing stuff like that in people's face really doesn't go towards that, in my opinion.
Right. It's not to say there's not people in this community that would do that or would do that, kind of on both sides. But yeah, I mean, that's not me either.
But it's not only that; it's they don't even know. They don't know nothing. They don't know where it is. It's like there's a lack of interest, not just to land-based us, which you'd figure that's enough, right? But they don't even know when it lifted, how the escape velocity. The only beef I had was with Blue when he was making fun of me with the escape velocity. That's it. Nobody else had a conversation with. It's really strange, man.
Well, real quickly, I wanted to talk to Jesse about something because I asked you about where you stay in Washington, and
Oh yeah.
actually, it's perfect because if you were to draw a great circle from you to Bacon, um, depending on exactly where you are and exactly where Bacon will be. Actually, no. Actually, it doesn't matter. It will change where I need to be. But basically, my position lies on that great circle between the two of you, right? So, I'm doing all this stuff with GPS, and I'm waiting to get the right device so I can get accurate measurements. But even without accurate measurements, even with the kind of crude measurements that you get from general GPS, there's still stuff that we could determine based on the fact that, like I said, we're on the same great circle and we're so far apart. Because it's about 10,000 kilometers actually between you and Bacon, which is a great deal.
Wow. Where is he roughly?
He's in the south of Brazil.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. Like for instance, if we were to take the raw data, like from using only our cell phones, right? You like take the raw data um, of our positions and establish a straight line between you and Bacon. Um, I don't know the number on the top of my head, but you can imagine the amount of curve that should be there where the Sagittarius is, and I think I'm about 2/3 of the way to you from him, something like that, because I'm in Texas, maybe a little bit more. Like it's like 6,500 miles, and I think I'm about 4,000 miles from him. So I'm probably 2,500 from you, or something like that. That seems too far, so maybe not that far. Regardless, though, establishing that straight line, we can see if I rest on the straight line or if I rest, if I'm far below it, right? As the globe Earth would suggest.
Oh, say that again. I was reading the text.
No. Sorry, I'm saying that the great circle from you and him, if we were to establish a straight line using our XYZ coordinates,
Oh.
we would be able to determine whether or not my position rests on that line or if it rests, below that line, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Like if you have accurate GPS, you can do much more things that are much closer. But with a range that big, you could still establish the same. You can establish something with 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 that amount of distance because there's a great deal of curve, obviously.
Definitely. Hey, you were looking into the celestial navigation stuff, right?
Yeah. I made a program. See, mine got overshadowed by Bacon's, but I made a program for doing it as well. But yeah, I was into it for a little bit.
I had an idea the other night, and I ran it by Bacon. If he didn't mention it to you, I'll run it by you.
Yeah, well, yeah, he didn't say anything.
first I got a picture. Are you still there, Montreal?
Yep.
I got a picture for you. It's unrelated to flat Earth. It's from when I... Go ahead.
I wanted to mention something.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, bro. I've been thinking about this Artemis launch, and I think that they kind of they dampened the hype with like Tesla or Elon Musk. Like he really made people disinterested because he's just been a goofball with the outer space narrative.
You think that's part of it? Yeah. Could
I
be.
mean, he's been acting like he's been to Mars already and putting convertibles in outer space and it's 3D, and he's like, "Oh, it looks fake," and everybody's laughing at outer space right now.
I hear you, but Jesse and Kosho believe that car is there.
Well, I'm just talking about the
That's what we
general
got to fight
disinterest.
against.
I
Sorry?
think the disinterest it comes right at the right time. I think it's interesting how the Apollo 13 mission happened to be right. I think it was wasn't it right when the Cuban Missile Crisis started?
No, that was like wait, you talking about the Apollo, the first Apollo mission? You mean? I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the.
No, yeah, just correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't like JFK and the missile crisis and the moon landing all within the same couple of years?
Vietnam, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Well, not really, but no,
Oh no, the Cuba
they were
was
in the same
a bit
decade.
after. Yeah.
Yeah, the Cuban Missile Crisis was at the very beginning of the decade, and
Okay.
I forget when the first Apollo mission was, but it was years later.
All right, so my timeline's a little off, but I guess I'm just trying to say that maybe there's just too much going on, like with Ukraine and monkeypox and whatever else, and it's like people are just not going to care that there's something like that going on. It's a weird theory, though.
No, yeah, I mean, like I said, well, I think it's not okay because I don't think I think that if NASA really wanted people to be wowed by what was happening, they have the ability to do that. Like they could have, they didn't put any of the telemetry data on the screen, at least not in a visually pleasing format, kind of like the way SpaceX does sometimes. And they really could have done some of that stuff. So I just don't think that they weren't that interested in that part of it. They had some interest in getting people excited about it, but I think that they're more focused on the success of this mission and the purpose of it and stuff like that. I think probably for the third and maybe even the next one, it'll probably be more of that though. Especially the third one, because the third one's one when they're supposed to land on the moon. So
I could see that being true. I don't have a problem with a rocket. I guess going over 100 miles, but you got to show me that with a camera, like the same camera going over 100 miles.
I don't know when
a lot of wrong stuff, like the escape velocity, right? They double speak when it comes to that.
Before we get into that again, because we could go over that again, but I know Jesse was wanted to share something, and
oh
it
yeah,
looks
yeah.
like it looks like what he's
No
sharing
flushing.
Say what?
No flushing.
No flushing.
No flushing.
Oh, that toilet.
Yes, you
Oh,
got
okay,
it.
I see. That's funny.
It goes directly.
That's pretty funny.
Well, when they put us on the barge and they gave us a leaky 5-gallon plastic bucket on a length of rope and says, "Here, dump it overboard when you're done." And I'm like, I ain't playing that game.
That's funny.
They actually had that, a bucket, and dump it overboard?
Yeah, and that's the way Alaskan fishing is. You wouldn't believe it. It's like there's this big, slow-moving, tidal, salty river, because the ocean washes up there a little bit. It's a big, wide, slow river, and there'll be 10,000 boats in that river.
You're in Alaska, bro?
For during fishing season.
Holy shit! Okay.
And not one of them has septic, sewer tanks. It's just everyone just puts it overboard.
You know what's funny
That's
is
what
that
you call ingenuity.
no, but this is the same sort of technology that Apollo missions were utilizing. I mean, it was a little bit more sophisticated, but it was
No, I don't
Same.
know. I think this is more sturdy than the freaking tent, the shelter they put up there. I would bet Jesse's is more sturdy.
Well, no, but the Apollo missions even have a shelter. You know, they like I said, they would basically get in the seats. They would get behind the seats so that the other dudes were facing the other way, and they would have to get completely naked and do what they had to do, put it in a bag, the same way. Like he said, put it in a bag
What?
and throw it somewhere. That's what they used to have to do. Yeah.
Don't make me repeat what you said. Let's not go back. You know what? You just reminded me, right?
The Apollo 10 mission. That was the reason why that happened, was because like I said, that was how they had to do that.
I won't embarrass you because we're live now, so I won't embarrass you. We'll forget that one, that you ever said it.
Wait, why is that embarrassing?
You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, Apollo 10, the one where it was floating around in the whatever, and there.
You forgot what you said.
Oh, what do you mean? What did I say? What are you saying?
I'll give you a hint. When a man has to go to the bathroom.
Oh, the number he has to go
Oh,
he has to go number one.
yeah.
Yeah, the Mercury missions, or the which mission? The Mercury or the other one? But yeah, that's true too. They used to have to. There used to be a valve where they would stick, into, and they would open the valve up, and it would.
You're not gonna say it again, are you? Really?
No, it would open up the valve, and basically the vacuum of space, the pressure from inside the craft
Block
would.
your ears, Blaze. Block your ears.
Well, I'm just saying it would pull out their stuff. What the liquid stuff.
Yeah, that was funny. Because the way you said it, it sounded like it was direct access to the outside.
Yeah, I was doing that on purpose, though, because it sounds crazier like that, but it wasn't directly. There wasn't direct access, but it was. Like I said, there's a valve and there's an apparatus, so obviously there's probably pipes and stuff, but it does connect directly. So if you were to leave it open, it would basically suck the air out from that hole. So yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kosho, if you saw that picture I tagged you for.
Now that's some
Yeah, look.
ingenuity there.
Yeah, I did see that one. I was going to say that we went over this argument with Jeremy and a few of them some time ago. If this is what I think you're talking about, like making one of these squares basically, and then the distances, the six distances.
Right. Well, what was the comeback?
I tell you, one person, Mr. Reality, was the only one enamored by where we eventually went with this, but most people kind of shut off. They just no responses basically. Because the one thing I did when I was trying to follow this through to its conclusion, I would ask people, like, what's the furthest distance that you're sure of that distance? Because that was the main argument, was that people just weren't agreeing on the distances that were given, like Google Maps distances or whatever, and that kind of puts a damper in the argument, because then you can't really use it. You can only use distances that people are confident about. So I ended up collecting a bunch of distances from people, and made like a big map based on that. But ultimately, if you ask any one person, they're not going to have a list of distances that they agree are accurate.
But do they deny the 60 nautical miles per degree of departure from zenith of a star?
Yeah, like I said, you'd have to talk to them. Maybe ask SK about it, because most times people just change the subject, talk about something different.
What's up?
Yeah. have you checked into celestial navigation at all?
Nah, I don't. That. No, not
Yeah,
really.
what about it?
There you go. I just posted. I just tagged you, Jesse.
Oh, okay.
What about celestial navigation?
Oh, um, well, I'm wondering if we all agree that the distance to the ground, the GP of a star, is 60 nautical miles per degree. In
I
other
know
words,
I agree. No, I agree with that. Yeah.
oh, you do agree?
Yes.
So the next part of the question is, how do we reconcile the lengths? Because let's see, can you see my that picture I dropped a little while ago for taking called celestial navigation? It's a Google Earth screenshot.
Question you should be asking is, how do you measure that in the water correctly and accurately?
You know, it was late, I was tired, and I just picked some stars that were visible to the human eye. It would, if one took some more time and picked a different time of day and some different locations, one could do the same thing, but on land. So,
Are you talking about the picture with the big red X over America?
yes.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
Okay, so at the four corners, and you'll see the data in the left. There's it says Maytar to Titawan, Maytar to 5 lakh, TPSC. Anyway, you see all that. Those are and then the 5 yellow pins are, or the 4 yellow pins are 4 stars I picked at a given point in time, specifically 2020 1 and at midnight on UTC. But anyway, that's just a time and a date. But at that point in time, those 4 stars have their ground position in those 4 locations. So an observer in any one of those 4 locations could see, they could look straight up and see their star that was straight over them, or they could look over and see any of the other 3 stars. And by measuring the angle to those 3 stars, they could know the distance to the ground point to that other star, right?
Yeah, sorry, I'm on push to talk, but yes, I'm listening. Yeah.
Okay, I'm always on push to talk except when I have my camera going. So this allows us to get the distances of these 6 red lines between the ground points of those 4 stars. And we can then cut some strips of paper to length and try to pin them together, and the 2 center lines that cross in the middle are going to be too long for the square made by the outer lines.
Yeah, it would.
So if the plane upon which these lines are really laid out on the Earth is a plane, then you should be able to replicate it on a scale model with strips of cardstock paper or whatever, and it should lie flat. But the fact that it lies humped up kind of
What?
kind of,
How? Explain that. On a paper? How does it hump up on a paper?
well, because the lengths of the 2 middle, the 2
Can
kitty,
may I ask something
certainly.
really quickly? Hi Jesse. I don't think we've ever talked before. I think I've heard you.
Hi.
What makes you think that you can see a star from? I'm in Florida. What makes you think you can see a star over near California? Are
Well,
you saying that you can't? Are you suggesting that you can see those stars over there?
yes.
Or okay, well I challenge you on that because that's not possible.
Can you see Polaris from California?
But
The North?
yeah, well, it depends. I'm south, I can see the North Star at times, but are you familiar with planispheres? Because they have different latitudes of, and I'm just learning this. So that's why I was like, wait, this guy thinks he can see all of these stars. Then why do I have all these different planispheres that have different latitudes that only show me? Are you familiar with a planisphere?
No, not by that name anyway. But
Because it shows you the stars that you can see for your latitude in that particular area. I'll take pictures of mine.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Jesse. It's just like a sky chart, basically.
oh, okay. Well, yeah. So I'm at 48 degrees north, and I can see Polaris quite high in the sky. So I'm pretty sure that in California you can see. What's the latitude of Central California? Like 37 degrees or something.
Probably less than that. Sounds about right, though.
I mean, I think that's different being able to see Polaris.
Well,
But not everybody can see it. Not everybody can see it.
where is the ground point on Polaris, the GP?
That I don't know.
It's on the North Pole. It's very, very close to the North Pole.
Well,
it is the farthest star. So if you can see, it's the farthest north star, I should say.
Yeah.
So if you can see Polaris, then you can see any other star in the northern hemisphere if you're in the northern hemisphere.
No, I don't think so.
Electric.
I'm going to put this in the chat.
Hey.
Am I alone here? Do you think?
No, I'm right here.
Do you think if she can see Polaris, she can see any star in the northern hemisphere?
I have not traveled the world enough to make claims like this, man.
Okay.
Well, but Polaris.
I'll show you mine where I am right now. Let's see.
I'll say it like this, because you're right about some stars, like stars that are further south, that they'll shift each hour. But I mean, as you know, the sky kind of turns around the North Star, no matter where your planisphere looks like in the northern hemisphere. That point is basically fixed, and all the stars will kind of circle around that throughout the night. So the further north they are, generally more people in the northern hemisphere can see them at the same time.
Yes, but the North Star, you can see it anytime because it's always in the same spot in the sky. If you are in the northern hemisphere.
Oh, cool! I've never seen that before.
Yeah, these are really cool. So when
30.
I point, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Central California is 36 degrees north.
Let me see. Do I have this? I have 40 degrees through 50 degrees north latitude. I mean, I have three of them.
That's awfully close to the horizon. It might be cut out by some light, right? By some light.
Like if you're in the big city.
I'm just wondering.
Well, so if you're at 35 degrees north, Central California, Polaris would be 35 degrees up from eye level. It would be 35 degrees up. So it'd still be pretty much up there.
Right. We can see, I'm not debating that most everybody can see the North Star, but what I am challenging you on is that you're not going to be able to see stars that are over California. So
Be-
your triangulation doesn't seem to be working here.
well, if I can see the North Star that is 42 degrees down from zenith, then why couldn't I see one that was only, say, 18 degrees down from zenith?
But how far do you think that you can see
Well, I
in
know
the
that,
sky?
well, I know that I can see the North Star, and I know that it's 48 degrees down from zenith, right?
Okay, you know it, okay?
Let me get you pictures. I took pictures of it.
It's something. It's not unrelated, but it's kind of a different approach to my issue with celestial navigation. But if we're going to assume the declination of our position on the sphere, like, can't we just do the same thing for the stars?
Who are you asking? Sorry, I was
Just anybody.
So could you ask again? Because I'm just learning this stuff. So I find
So
it interesting.
there's a 1 degree every 69 nautical miles. So
60 nautical miles.
60. When is it 69? I mixed those up.
Statute miles. Regular
Thanks.
miles.
All right. Yeah, so sorry, it's literally, I just woke up. Damn.
I take you, Blaze.
If I double the distance from the North Pole, okay, let's say I go from the North Pole to Washington, and now Polaris is, would you say, 48 degrees from your zenith? If I go from there to the equator, it on a flat plane it would be 23 degrees from my zenith, but on the globe it would be at the horizon, just like how we see it. So on a globe, they assume that the positions of the stars are on an infinite sphere. So
right.
I think on a flat plane, you would have to assume that the stars are fixed positions and they have, elevation. If that makes sense, you would need to literally plot the stars on a sphere.
Right, but we can ignore all that as long as we agree that the relationship is 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
I do agree with that. I don't know if there's people somewhere disagreeing with that, but they shouldn't,
Right, because that's literally what is used in celestial navigation for whatever reason. We don't know the mechanics in the universe or whatever the verse is, but that is how it works in celestial navigation, and it works.
Yeah, I understand that. So yeah, This is why I canceled my talk with Bacon, because we already had like a 3-hour talk about celestial navigation. But yeah, if you move your position from Polaris to make it 45 degrees from your zenith, and then you go ahead and move that same distance. So let's say you move 3,000 miles to make Polaris 45 degrees from your zenith, and then you move another 3,000 miles. It's not going to be at 23 degrees. It's actually going to be at 0. It's going to be at the horizon, which is possible on a sphere and not on a flat plane. So I understand why people bring up celestial navigation to debate the flat Earth. It makes sense to me.
Right. Now, Brian Leakey is promoting an idea which he hasn't actually been able to come up with the working math yet for, but that there's something magical about the air or something somewhere that magically causes the angle to be that way at each given distance.
Yeah, we do have to invoke some new calculations, right?
But let's say he's right. I don't personally think he's right on that point, but let's say for the sake of discussion he is right. We're still stuck with the 60 nautical miles per degree, which means we can still measure between 2 points based on the angle of a star, right?
Yeah, of course.
If one guy looks straight up and sees a star, and another guy looks, 10 degrees from straight up and sees that same star, we know that 10 times 60 is 600. They're 600 nautical miles apart. So we can still measure distances.
Now, this is where I'm going to ask you to clear something up for me, because maybe you know more than I do. But if these two observers are looking up and the angle to the star changes, then they would have to assume that they're on the same baseline of a triangle. Is that correct?
Say that once more.
If I'm an observer on the ground, let's say we got one person in LA, one person in New York, they're both looking at Polaris. They measure the not too much of a distance and angle there, not too much of a change in angle. Yeah, you got two different GPs, two different angles. You would assume the same baseline.
Right. If they're both, if neither one is at the GP, then you have to somehow figure out to make sure you are on the same baseline, and that's what the deeper math of celestial navigation does.
And that's exactly where my question lies. Is do you measure the degree of change of your horizontal where you're standing? Like your eye, I don't know what you would call that. Like your observer is perpendicular to a zenith. So I don't know. It's just do you measure the degree change of your horizontal between the two observers? That's my question.
I'm still not sure I'm following, but maybe
Okay.
maybe this is why I put an observer at each ground point, right? So one of our observers looks exactly straight up. He doesn't have to have an angle. He's at the ground point. So it doesn't matter which way he's facing. It doesn't matter which the path, which the baseline is. He's at one point. And then the other observer is looking at that same star and facing in exactly the same, facing exactly towards the first observer, right? Because the first observer is standing directly underneath that star.
Right. But if I'm using these angle measurements to determine my distance between the two GPs, I would have to assume they're on the same baseline unless I invoke some kind of spherical excess geometry to my horizontal baseline. And I assume that the ground curved underneath me between the two observers because I don't have a baseline. The two angle measurements between the two observers and the star, if I'm not on the same flat line of a triangle, then it doesn't matter.
Well, because the one observer is straight under the star, is right on the GP of the star. Yeah, I'm not sure. We don't have to worry about whether the baseline is curved or straight, or because the 60 nautical miles per degree is the surface length. Whatever shape the surface is, that's the surface length.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, so you could just depend on that.
Right. That's already part of the mix. Whatever it is, it's still 60 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay, gotcha. I still think so. That 1 degree change is going to change your baseline.
I'm not sure what you're referring to as the baseline.
Okay.
There's the one the one axiom that we're working with is that the surface distance, whatever shape the surface is, we don't know and we don't care, but the surface distance will be equal to 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
I wish I could use Microsoft Paint, right? Let me just. I can't believe I'm actually about to try to draw this on Microsoft Paint.
I think I know what you're talking about when you say the baseline, because it's what
Yeah, the flat line of a triangle. If I have two observers, they both need to be on the bottom angles. I'm using the wrong terminology because
I've seen the pictures before though, so that's why I know. What's his name? The Australian guy. He posted those pictures, but it's important to know that in celestial navigation, you're only ever worried about one observer. So there's no need to worry about two observers or any line across the surface at all. Actually,
Right, and this is not an attempt to celestially navigate, but rather to celestially map.
okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. Well, it's not like I'm trying to throw a wrench in the gear of celestial navigation. I know it works. I know it's going to continue to work.
You know that we're not the only people that navigated throughout the years.
Yeah, people navigated the seas assuming the Earth was flat. I'm pretty sure
They were lost
thousands of
before
years
that.
ago. They were lost. Yeah, they were arriving in random places, I'd assume.
Yeah, the Polynesians were getting lost all over the place.
They were seafaring people, though. It was like, it's not even like they had a piece of land to claim. I thought, they were just on boats all the time.
No, bro, they had one of the biggest empires in the world. They conquered land. Well, conquered. They inhabited islands starting off from. You make a triangle from Hawaii. Then you go to New Zealand. Then you go to Easter Island. Everything in there was theirs. That's millions of square miles. They did it without a compass and without paper, without a written word.
that's a little bit misleading, though. I see, because that's
No, it's not.
I mean,
well,
I just got blown away.
most of those square miles are open water.
Excuse me?
Like when you're saying like, oh, we have all these square miles, but that's mostly water. This is giant ocean.
Yeah. It's mostly water, yeah. But that whole territory was theirs, and they explored it. What they would do is, after an island reached this maximum population limit, then they would send out explorers, and they would find the next island and the next island, and they were doing that for like thousands of years, I think.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah. Not the years, because they were discovered only, and they don't have a written record, so it's hard to know how far back it goes. But the first time they saw white man, or any man besides them, was when Captain Cook went there.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're one of the purest civilizations on Earth, and they managed to do that without paper and without a compass.
But that without paper part kind of is where my doubts start to come in, because if they did that without paper, yet we know it without paper, that means that we know it because I don't know, somebody told somebody that or something.
Yeah, you're aware of civilizations that didn't have written down stuff, right? They had oral tradition. In other words, they would pass on the stories orally, one captain to the other, one person to the other, an elder to the other. And it wasn't this telephone thing, right, where one guy says this and then it goes down and it changes. No, they were precise. They had to be precise, or else they would die, right? So when they said there was a reef over there, watch it, don't go over there, like that was, you understand what I'm saying?
That was important shit.
I mean, I'm totally guessing right now, but if they are as, what's the word? I guess if their lineage goes back as long as they say, do they even gotta teach celestial navigation? They could just throw a kid on the water in the boat and be like, "Good luck."
Well, it's important to understand that they did not use celestial navigation. Not that whenever we say celestial navigation, the context we're talking about a specific method. That's not to say that they couldn't have use the stars to aid them. You know, like they can tell which way is south, and some some things they can do with directions. But one thing that they could not do, certainly could not do, would be do it the way that we do it now. Because in order to celestial navigate, it involves a clock, an accurate clock, which they would not have had, especially on the water, especially at while they're traveling so far.
That's
And
my whole
clocks will
point,
change.
Osho. That's my whole point, bro. The
But
fact that they did not have all the stuff that we had, exactly, the clock, the sextant, paper, charts, all that.
I
They
think the
didn't have
sun
all
is
that.
like a
And
clock.
yet, sorry, a watch. Yeah,
well,
they
no,
didn't have.
I
They
didn't mean to
didn't
interrupt
have.
you. Sorry.
the sun on by itself doesn't. The sun in any single location you can use as a clock, but the sun and you traveling, you cannot use a clock because for the reason that it does change when you move. So
No,
if
no.
you're
For current celestial navigation, you need down to the second accuracy. You know that, right?
right, yeah. Well, you need a watch in general. I mean, if you have a watch in general, you can get something done. But without a watch, if you're traveling and you're using the sun, it's not going to be much use to you because you're not going to know. You're either not going to know where you are or what time it is. So
They used the sun. They used the stars for navigation. They used the wind. They used ocean swells. They looked out for birds. They had a whole bunch of techniques. Flotsam on the water. They had. They know. They knew. They knew certain. What do you call it? Damn it. You know when a current. They knew currents. They knew swells. They had a whole bunch of techniques. They
you know,
managed to do it just fine.
I don't know
I
any of this for sure, but I think it's totally possible. I think that the ancients had like deeply rooted in them like knowledge of the stars, and they just forced people in their tribes like, yo, fuck you, if you can't do this, you're dying on your mission. So they like literally had to learn the stars through these means. But I'm totally just guessing. I can't confirm this.
No, no,
well,
this they did it through apprenticeship. This is known how they did it. I mean, it's not a mystery how they did it. It's just that we don't have written records for specific dates and times. And but if you're Hawaiian, you're Polynesian. If you have any Hawaiian blood in you, you're Polynesian. They were everywhere, man, everywhere, every island, just about they
in the
reached.
Pacific, in the Pacific Islands, yeah. But
Yeah,
right. But I mean, if they were these seafaring people, you'd expect them to be everywhere, right? Because my assumption, because at this point, these are just assumptions. But my assumption is that whoever landed on these islands, they did have some. They had obviously ability to sail, but who's to say that they were that skilled at navigating? Because it could just be that they got to these islands and then stopped there, right? And stopped there and then just stayed there for that long time. Because I don't think there's any record that they were traveling from like Guam to Hawaii or to the Philippines. You know what I mean?
bro, they traveled. Yeah, they did. Not, I don't know about the Philippines, but certainly the places where I told you. Imagine going from Hawaii to New Zealand, bro.
There's a
How
record
far is that?
of them being able to go back and forth.
Yeah, they the records are on the islands. You haven't heard about the Polynesians, bro.
I know about the Polynesians, but I'm saying is there a record that they were capable of going from
No,
Hawaii?
there's no records. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no written records. They kept no written records. Everything is oral. All we know about them is through oral tradition. But we know for sure when we first contact them because it was around the time of Captain Cook. That's when man first. That's when we were. When the West was able to travel that far, and they ran into them. Captain Cook ran into these people, and he was like, they were amazed. So when you hear navigation, these guys were doing it like way before us, way before us.
I don't want to, because like I said, I'll just end up going back and forth with you about this. I'm not convinced that they were traveling from Hawaii to New Zealand and all that. I don't think that that's not to say that somebody didn't make the trip at least once, but I don't think that they were going back and forth.
Well, you got to do some research, bro. Come back to me on that.
All right, well, let me see.
Like, I'm not saying they had ferry services back and forth, right? I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling you they had like 6 o'clock, the New Zealand thing. But they did all that. They traveled through all that area. I don't know how frequently, but like I told you, their culture was as soon as one island would get overpopulated, they would send out the Marines, if you like, and they were in charge. They would get into their boats. I don't know how many they were, and their mission was to find another island. And as soon as they found another island, they would start another colony there. And when that island got filled up, boom, they would do the same thing, so on and so forth.
Okay, I found a video. I'm gonna watch it now.
Check it out, man.
It's called "From Hawaii to New Zealand: How the Polynesians Navigated."
I remember you talking about this the other day, SE, and you said that they had coconut sextants. I thought that was freaking amazing.
No, I didn't say that. Somebody else said that.
Oh,
I
was that
never
not you?
said
My
that.
bad.
Yeah. Somebody else was. I think they were making a joke. We're not sure if they had coconut sextants.
Whoever said that, come on.
Yeah.
A sextant made out of a coconut?
Yeah, that definitely must have been a joke.
If that's true, that's amazing.
Yeah, but imagine now they did all this without technology, without a compass, man.
That's a thing. Yeah. They use coconuts as a sextant. Yeah, you make little holes in it. Yeah, that's a real thing.
That the
Get out
Polynesians
of
do?
here. I need to see one.
Hey, Gio.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like to. I'd like to see that too. Like I said, I'm willing to learn more about that. That was an amazing civilization.
Yeah, got a link for you, Gio.
Hey, what's up, Jesse?
Yeah, did you see that video I've been posting for you about the fish tank and the salt water and the laser?
Yeah, I kind of skimmed through it, but I hadn't watched it if there was audio because I haven't watched the whole thing yet.
Oh my God, SE, he's right. Check this picture out.
There's a coconut. Yeah, good stuff. I know they would tie knots and stuff as a way to keep some record. Tie knots on rope. Yeah, but is that from the Polynesians?
So the article says that this is the design of their sextant, and it's from Polynesians. Yeah. Hold on, I'll send
Oh,
you.
nice. See that? Look at that, huh? Wow. See that, Kosho?
So say that again.
They had coconut sextants.
I don't know about that. I'm looking about it now, and it looks like they were like 1,000 years ago. They were able to travel back and forth from New Zealand
How the
all
hell
the way to
did I
South
miss
America.
that, man? Nice
What?
find, guys.
So what?
I said, how the hell did I miss that? Nice find.
Oh yeah. Well, it said So they call it the Polynesian Triangle: the New Zealand, Easter Island, and Hawaii. And it says that they were able to travel all the way as far east to South America, and they were able to go back and forth.
I told you, bro. I don't make shit up.
I'm trying to find out how though. Yeah, because it says no compasses, no maps. They didn't write.
I know they tied knots on rope. I think it was for distance or for star heights or
They do
some
that for
shit.
speed.
I remember something about a rope and knots.
Yeah, that's for speed. Yeah. But regardless, I wonder if they just
No, not for speed. Not the knots that you're thinking. I know that one. No, not the what. Don't think Western. I think this was for record keeping, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Could have been for that, but I think it was for record keeping.
Yeah, I wonder if they stuck to like a latitude or something like that. Because like I said, if you there's ways, like not the way we do celestial navigation now, but there's ways to use the stars successfully. especially if you were, staying near the equator, if you were, strictly following stars, or if you had some idea of, like if you could collect your heading each night and like make corrections or whatever, and you had a pretty intimate relationship with the sky and knew how it changed each day, that kind of stuff. I could imagine it being possible to do that. It wouldn't be the
What a
same method we use.
civilization, man.
So what?
I said, what a civilization.
Yeah, sure. I didn't realize that
They
it was.
figured out angles using a coconut. Look at that.
Is that true?
Well, according to, I don't see no reason why not to trust. The Geo says yes, and and he found somebody
Sure.
else found the picture there. So
That's
yeah,
funny, dude. That's cool.
that's freaking
And I wonder
amazing, man.
okay, so they were using angles. I mean, then they must have been doing it somewhat similar to the way that we do it. But I wonder how they could have done that if they didn't keep record of anything. They would have had to memorize the ephemerals of the sky
Their capacitance
every
of
single
their
day. Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think their capacitance of like memorizing stuff was way better than ours.
Oh, it had to be because that's their only way of survival. Yeah.
I've noticed. I take note. I'm not a racist person, okay, but I take note of racial people who are significantly better than other races, and we can all think of some examples. But like Miss America, for example, or Miss Universe. You ever notice Miss Universe? The top 5 is always like 3 South American women. Okay. My point though is about
that's racist.
Yeah, my point is about Pacific Islanders. They're incredibly skilled at like a lot of things. Like there's people who like they'll just jump in and have like an amazing singing voice, for example, or be extremely good at things that takes a lot other people a long time. But I've noticed that working with Filipinos in the Navy, especially. I know you don't consider them Polynesian, but I think they're closely related. They're considered Pacific Islanders, so
They're not Polynesians, but they're good, hardworking people.
yeah.
I'll say that about them.
I don't want to go crazy off subject, but when I was growing up, I figured out I was a pitcher in baseball. So everybody wanted me to be the pitcher on their team. And then my grandma tells me one day I'm owning baseball. I go and I tell her, I'm like 8 years old. I'm like, hey, they got me the pitcher on the baseball team. She's like, did you know your uncle was a famous baseball player? So ever since I heard that, I told myself, like, damn, I must have inherited his abilities somehow, or someone's abilities that can throw.
Hey, well, yeah, you could have a specific, you could have a good attribute. Like Neanderthals, for example, they didn't even have the ability to throw overhand, so they would have been the worst pitchers. And there's people, that have more Neanderthal DNA than other people. I bet you have less Neanderthal DNA than other people.
That's a great point. I could totally see that. Yeah, I'm not dragging my knuckles for thousands of years, I don't think.
Are you part African American?
My father is, oh gosh, my story's complicated. My father's Native American and Black and Irish. So I'm like really mixed, yeah.
And your mom is more European?
My mom doesn't know what she is.
Okay. Is she white?
Yeah, she's white, but she was told that when she was younger she was Jewish. But they pretended to be German during the war, her grandmother.
Well, that's probably true then. Yeah. That's funny. My family's Black and Jewish, Native American too. That's crazy. But
way, man.
Yeah, but the reason I ask is because Africans have almost 0% Neanderthal DNA. So if you have Neanderthals lived in basically Europe, Northern Europe, and so Africans have almost no Neanderthal DNA, and then I think Native Americans might also. I'm not sure. Not that there's anything wrong with Neanderthals, though. They had supposedly a bigger they had bigger brains, I think.
So have you
I don't know
gained a
enough
new
about all that.
respect? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, did you gain a new respect in the Polynesian navigators, Kosho?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Good stuff.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. This is something I might have learned before, but forgotten. But I just always, I guess my assumption was that, like I said, they ended up at these islands. Well, I mean, actually, that's true though. Still, like the people who got to these islands didn't get there 1,000 years ago. So you know, whatever civilization existed there 1,000 years ago, um, you know, they obviously were more sophisticated. I was thinking back
No,
further than that
bro.
anyways, but
No,
still,
no, no,
yeah.
no. Bro, Kosho, they were the first. They are the indigenous people from the area.
Yeah, of course. I'm talking about 1,000 years ago was 500 years before the white people got there. So, you know, yeah, they're definitely indigenous, but I just wasn't aware that 1,000 years ago they were able, because you know what, that kind of tells me that like it's not that far fetched. You know, people are always like, oh, there was mummies, there's cocaine in the mummy, and there's Roman coins in South America and all this kind of stuff. It kind of makes you think that there could be parts of history that are forgotten, you know, or weren't recorded for whatever reason. Because if the Polynesians were able to do that, go all the way from Australia to South America, shit like that, you know, who's to say there weren't some Asians, you know, Indians or Chinese that made their way down to Australia and Indonesia and all that, and so there could have been some sort of trade, you know, all the way to the Americas, long before Columbus, like in one way or another, because the Polynesians were going there. So,
Well, as a matter of fact, I read something. Now, I don't know how true this is when I was researching the Polynesia thing, and I read that there's some stories that some sailors, Polynesian and Greek sailors from the ancient times, made it to the Americas. But, you know, I'm not putting it out there as a fact. I just read it.
well, I mean, I don't know that much about the Polynesians, how far you know, that civilization, like that, like as Polynesians, like, you know, I really don't know much about them, but yeah, because I've also they say the Mayan language is very similar, or has some aspects that could almost be Greek, but they're not sure. They don't know how it
No
got.
way. Yeah,
I
I
never
heard
heard
the
that.
same thing.
Wow.
There's like Native Americans that claim they're from Rome. Where did I hear this?
Really?
Yeah, dude. And oh man, the idea of wearing the feathers on your head is supposed to symbolize Christ and the thorns.
Get out of here.
I know it sounds crazy. The
Wow.
first
No,
time
no,
I
I'm
heard
not
it, I was
saying
like,
it
"This is
like get
fucking
out of here, get out of here. But yeah, wow.
But yeah,
Well,
there's a
look,
Native
we know the
American tribe that
Vikings.
claims they're from Italy. So I'm gonna find that video for you. I'll see if I find it.
Yeah, for sure, man. That's tripped out. We know the Vikings made it, right? Before Columbus,
Yeah.
1492, sailed the ocean blue. Yeah, bullcrap. We know people were here way before that.
Well, kind of, yeah, because I mean they were up in Canada while Columbus was down in Cuba, but
Yeah, Columbus never set foot in America. Everybody knows that, of course.
not North America at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, in a way, it's sort of. I think people just recognize that as the start of the age of exploration and conquest and that kind of thing, because it is the beginning of our story here in America. You know, so it's a good place to start. You know what I mean? So it makes sense. It also makes
You know
sense.
that they found. You guys are
By
gonna like this.
some,
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, by some out of the mainstream estimates of people that have done a lot of research in many nations of, what we call the Americas, South America and North America, they say some of these people say their estimates of the population was over exceeding over 100 million people before the claim Europeans came to the Americas. So yeah, there was a lot of people here. So it wasn't like the Europeans discovered America by any means.
Exactly. exactly.
Yeah, but that's not really
But
a
not
claim
even
though.
that. We weren't even meaning that of the latecomers, like let's say, not the indigenous, of the
Yeah.
the Vikings, the Romans, I mean the Europeans and such.
They also claim that these people in these over 100 millions in the Americas were people covering their buttons with leaves and that kind of stuff, like dumb people, which is also a lie.
Well, I wouldn't call them dumb people, but like for instance, right around the time Columbus came, at least in Mexico, in the Aztec Kingdom, there was I think it's considered one of the most people killed in a short amount of time, but they sacrificed like 80,000 people, uh, for the sun gods. Like, it's like, I don't know if it was right around the time of Columbus, either right before or right after. I forget exactly when, but that's incredible. The only other time I know that many people died in one day was uh, in Rome, the Roman battle.
Yeah, what is that narrative that I got banging around in my head where they were so horrified by the sacrifices taking place that they said we gotta get rid of these people? What is that narrative that I
That
feel
sounds like a really shitty excuse to mass murder people.
there's no
Yeah,
truth
really
to that?
shitty. Well, let me say something before I forget it. You guys said you're part African American, right? They
African
discovered.
American.
I meant to clear that
There's no
up. I don't
such a
think my
thing.
father, no one in my family claims to be African American. They claim to be Native American, but they're black.
Okay, all right, yeah. Um, well, they found, I forget which freaking country is it, Peru or anyways, there's these giant stone things, and I mean huge, like cars, and there's faces on them, and the faces are clearly African. They have clear African features.
Are the Olmecs. They're found in many areas of Mexico and other near areas to, I think, South America, and they precede the Mayans
Yeah,
and other
yeah.
of the claim people that were here, and they build megalithic structures for what people claim in doing the research. So a lot of this stuff was found covered under the mud as well. A lot of these stone graving faces. So I think that those were like pre-flood people.
That's exactly what I think, bro.
And
That's exactly what I
the
think.
narrative that the blacks came from Africa, that's another lie.
Yeah, I think cultures were spread all over. You know why? And that's another thing I wanted to say, and you just made me go right to it. There's another place somewhere could it be in Mexico? Anyway, somewhere in Mexico or Central or South America. I forget what country it is. It's like a courtyard, and there's all heads, there's all faces on the walls, like sticking out, protruding. But the thing is, like they all have different features. Like you see Caucasian features, you see African features, you see Asian, like you see all cultures in the world represented. Indian, like you know what I'm saying? So how did they know? How did they know all these different races?
Bro, over 100 million people in the Americas. Those are some estimates, and I
Uh,
imagine they're probably off maybe by easily 50%. There was probably the double to that number of the amount of people,
I
maybe
know in
more.
North America they say it was a little bit less than that, or about that many, but that was only North America. So yeah, I'm sure there was. I'm sure the
But,
number's about right. Because there were
but
cities with a million, there was like million people populated cities. So
But right now in the Amazon forest, they have been doing these laser readings. This I think is later, and they
like lidar,
found
yeah.
like complete cities under the mud, under the soil. And a
Yeah.
lot of the old photography from even the pyramids in Mexico, they had to dig out those buildings out of the mud as well.
Yeah.
Bro, have you guys been to the Sun Moon Pyramid in Mexico?
Yeah.
The three pyramids? Oh,
I've
man,
been there. Yeah.
what a
I
spectacle!
can never
Yeah,
say it though, but yeah, Chichen Itza, and then the other ones, Teotihuacan. I can't say it.
I climbed all 3 pyramids.
You said Teotihuacan?
Yeah, there you go. That's one.
Teotihuacan, yeah.
Supposedly there's a river of mercury underneath that thing.
And one of those is where they used to where they did those sacrifices. That's where.
Yeah. I
What a
walked
strange
down
place.
that. I walked that path there. You know where you would play that game? They had this game. I don't know if you guys. I'm sure a lot of you guys are aware of it. They had like a loop on the wall, almost like a basket loop, but sideways.
Oh yeah, the dodgeball.
I don't know what the hell it was, man. But the winner. Check this out now. Not the loser. The winner of the game would get sacrificed. Apparently.
Dude, that's right. I've heard this before. So these people would play for hours and hours because they wanted to win so bad just so they could get sacrificed.
Yeah, bro. It blew my mind when I heard that. I go, really? Okay. Yeah, I recommend anybody to visit that. That should be on anybody's bucket list. That was an experience.
That would be a fun sport. They should make that sport real.
Do you guys know like the Human Genome Project though? Like they can map out like where people came from and stuff. Because that's the one reason why
especially in the US, they've been taking newborns' DNAs. They kind of like use a tiny knife and they take the baby's blood, and they've been doing that for every newborn in the United States for some time now.
Yeah, I heard about
to
that.
add it into that
some database
record. Yeah,
I heard about that, but I used to believe it. And maybe it could be true, but it also because they're collecting DNA all the time from people, and it seems like they need. It seems like they need DNA that they don't have. So that could be true, but also I could see it not being true. But regardless, when the Human Genome Project started doing it, and then those DNA companies, they were collecting and trying to map out where people came from and stuff, and the DNA kind of says that the story that basically is mainstream or whatever is basically true, like about Africans being from Africa and stuff like that. So that's why I don't really believe the Africans in the South America thing.
that there are Africans that there are black people that came from Africa. Sure, yes, but not all of them.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, there's black people that came from Australia. I mean, I guess if you live in a place like that long enough, your attributes will be somewhat similar, I'm sure.
Well, there was also some claims in the Caribbeans. They said that the natives of the Caribbeans were exterminated by the conquistadores. I mean the Spaniards, and also from disease that was brought from Europe. They claimed, and recent DNA tests shows that most of the people in the Caribbean are actually like 90-80% have the roots of their natives, so that these people have been claiming got extinct for a long time. Huge amounts of people still have most of their DNA related to those natives.
Well, yeah, most of them they did die. That's true, but like in America especially, but in South America, a lot of the Spanish people, they didn't bring women; they were just priests and soldiers, and so most, that's why most South American and Central American people are descendants from both the Spanish and from Native Americans. Yeah.
I just posted a video. I just watched this whole thing. So there's a group, there's like a tribe where nobody can identify them. They literally pop up and leave whenever they want. They're like these short little red-skinned, blonde-haired people in Peru. And one of the ladies that claims to be a part of the tribe says that she's actually Persian. So she did an ancestry test, and turns out that like this tribe in Peru that they claim is native to Peru are all actually from Persia. It's a really interesting video.
Oh wow.
You said red-headed or red-skinned?
Oh, my bad. I meant to say red-haired, fair-skinned. That's what they say.
Okay. Okay. That's strange, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, like this tribe in the jungle, they like have face tribal paint on their face, and they carry around spears. They don't communicate with the outside world, and yeah, one of the ladies from the tribe claims to be from Persia. Her ancestry is from Persia.
Wow. Probably is. There's an area in India where the people are taller and fair-skinned, and apparently they're ancient Greeks, a tribe that got lost or stayed there when they were fighting or whatever the story is. And they're like they're Indian, right? They behave and everything, but they're not. They don't look. They're white. It's weird.
Yeah, so that's weird. And then there's another narrative that I'm coming to where apparently there was like black Europeans that were considered noblemen of Ararat or something like this, and they were part of the Scottish and the Irish brotherhoods. And when they first came to America in like the 1400s, it was like a fully already like I guess there were like already communities of people and like noble men, like trade routes, and like they talked about it as if it was already an established working system.
Yeah, well, a lot of people think that the mud flood people. They think that when the settlers started coming, this like heading west, they found buildings. They're saying, how the hell did they build these churches and these buildings? People with wagons and mules and horses. Yeah, who knows, right? But yeah, that's out there for sure.
When you look at the amount of stone, the stonery, and the meal, you could say when you put everything together, like up and down the continents from South America to North America, and you put all the stone at the canals and all the stone that was put one by one by one, it would be impossible that the Europeans did this in the time frame they said they did. All the cathedrals, all the water canals. You're talking probably hundreds of thousands of miles of stones.
Yeah, there's no way farmers and
Huge
explorers
stones.
built that shit. No way. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they were at war with the natives, millions of people. They have to take over civilizations, nations, and they were building cathedrals at the same time and building all these water canals that will take hundreds of years to build and a huge effort. Probably impossible for them to build something like that with the claim technology they had back then. Who knows? But the work effort when you put everything together, just put all the cathedrals in South America, all the water canals, put everything together, you'll be like, wow, that's amazing the type of work that they did back then. Then they were way more capable than what we can do today, I guess.
Yeah, it's a tall story the way they say it. Yeah, definitely. It's a tall story.
You
Like
see a
in
lot of
Europe?
photography, like very old photography, you actually see these buildings that were actually buried under the soil. And now many of these buildings are outside of the soil. So many
Yeah.
of the original photography from some of the pyramids were under the soil as well in South America and that kind of stuff. And it's pretty interesting. The the story that we've been told is definitely a farce, especially the short overview story that we get in the education system at the least. It's pretty washed out, watered down story.
I have a little story for you guys. So my brother, my older, he's actually my stepbrother, but what's it called? His father is Cuban, but he didn't know his father his whole life. He went ahead and took a DNA test. Turns out that he's British. So my brother his whole life until his 30s thought he was Cuban. And then finds out that he's actually more like 70% United Kingdom. It's just I'm just like throwing examples of how like we have just like been so inaccurate.
Yeah, people travel, and there's many families and many nations that people from other places live. Like you could go to any nation, you find Chinese people, right? You go to other nations and you find people from many countries. So yeah, I guess the narrative that was given to us is definitely inaccurate.
I wish I knew more about this, but it's hard to find information on it. But there really were black Europeans that were already in America, and they were part of the what's it called? Ugh, I'm gonna get this wrong. The Dutch East India Company. What's the name of this?
You got it.
But when they were calling, there's this weird narrative. I don't like hearing this when people say like, "Oh, but black people own slaves too." Like I hear people use that in defense of like whatever. But I think that there is a little bit of validity to the idea that we weren't all just taken from Africa and forced to be slaves. Like there were people that had established themselves as quote unquote, I guess, noblemen. But they came from Europe, actually.
Well, the thing is that a lot of the structure, like uh, a lot of the structures in the cities that you call modern cities these days, like Boston, Chicago, many of these big cities were already here by the timing that they give us in the storybooks. Like, you look at New York, for example, and look when you see the canals, the Stonehenge that is under the city and between the water canals and all that stuff, and how deep they go. And you're saying the guys with mules build this stuff? Like, no.
You know the
You know,
dissolution of the churches in like the 1500s by King Henry the Eighth. Damn, I get all these numbers wrong.
there was actual people building a lot of this stuff, I'm pretty sure, but the timing of the history that we were given and the story of it, how it was done, is definitely inaccurate. Uh,
There was like something. Oh, I'm gonna find it right now so I can speak on it. Correct.
I mean, we are talking about a bunch of people doing stuff over several hundred years. It's really not that suspicious.
yeah.
And for example, tunnels underground, like they had quarries underground. You can look at, for example, Paris and the catacombs, but quarries, and then they got repurposed because they had quarries because that was how they got building materials close to the city.
Okay, right here. I got it. Dissolution of the monasteries, occasionally referred to as the suppression of the monasteries, was the set of administrative and legal processes between 1536 and 1541 by King Henry VIII, where he disbanded monasteries, priories, convents, and friaries in England, Wales, and Ireland. And I think when he was doing this in the 1500s, they were, I think this was evidence of black people they were getting rid of. And I think around the same period, they were probably knocking the noses off of statues and all kinds of stuff like this. I'll post the article I got in front of me.
White people knew how to make cathedrals. They knew better. Black people didn't know how to do anything. They were only good for slavery, right?
Yeah, that's the
to
narrative I'm
display.
pretty much trying to stomp all over right now.
Only the white man knew how to do stuff, obviously.
But I have to find better evidence of, you know, this Ararat story and the Irish brotherhoods in the 1500s. Because they had like Royal Crest coat of arms and like all this weird stuff going on. You had convents and fraternities, and they weren't just straight white people doing this. So
Well,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you
this
go
needs
The
to be
back,
Irish,
understood, I feel like.
the Irish go back a long way, man. They have a freaked out story. A lot of people, including myself, don't know most of it. But they're ancient, man.
Right. I even heard recently that the Greeks are their ancestors are Irish. But I
I
just
heard
heard
that
that
too.
and I can't confirm that at all.
I heard stories of that too. Yeah.
Were they druids as well?
Druids were different, I believe. They were persecuted by the Catholic Church like crazy.
Like the Freemasons?
Yeah, yeah. Weren't they slaughtered on Friday the 13th? Was it them? Was it the Druids or was it the I think it was them.
Like when we go down like 300 years from now, how do you think they're going to categorize and like compartmentalize our identities? Like, are they going to call us like, I don't know, Americans or?
They're gonna
God.
call us the age that men became women.
Oh my God. That's not, let's just, let's just get away from that.
You've heard about the Taria, right?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it could very well be so that there was like 1,000 years removed from history.
Well, that's not Tartaria. That would be Skellige.
It's theory.
what
Tartary,
they
I think,
labeled
is the Irish. They say no.
what they
No.
labeled the Dark Ages. Nobody knew what happened 1,000 years or something.
Yes.
You guys have to, if you want to read up about the 1,000 years, perhaps added, you should look into Skellige's work. He was can't remember if he was priest or just some scientist back in the 1500s that they claim rewrote the entire history.
Well, there was a lot of history burning in the past hundreds of years. Many of the nations that were taken over and the local people that was taken over, a lot of their history was just burned down in fires. So also many of the cities burned down around the same periods of time. Many of the cities around the world, big chunks of them burned down all out of the sudden.
This
So
1,000 year, I'm interested in. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
no, I said that's suspicious. Bunch of the cities burned down.
Yeah, for sure. What time period are you guys talking about?
I mean,
The
if
dark,
we talk
the Dark
about
Ages.
if
Go
we
ahead.
talk about Tartaria as an umbrella term, well, it's pretty much 100 years ago to 6,000, 100,000 years ago. They pretty much just add everything under the same umbrella.
Damn,
Yeah, no, but you said
100,000.
1,000 years. You said
Oh
1,000.
yeah, the Skellige. Let me find something. I will find you a YouTube thing. Then you can search on the name yourself and see what you can find.
Yeah, because that 1,000 year rings a bell because, have you guys heard of the Byzantium Empire?
Yeah.
A lot of people haven't heard of that, right? Like a lot. If you ask 10 people, I'm sure maybe one heard of it. Yeah, that empire lasted 1,000 years.
Hmm.
It was the East Roman Empire, which was Greek, anyway speaking, but it became fully Greek. And then King Constantine, all the Christians that are here today is thanks to him, and nobody's heard of it. Nobody's heard of it.
Also, I know you know who Fomenko is and his body. they also mention Skelliger, and this is why Skelliger has been attached to the Tartaria narrative. But I feel you should just read up on himself, what he said, what others said about him, and all that kind of shit, and make up your own mind instead of, going on TikTok and see what they claim, like get the source from the source material. I mean,
Interesting. Thanks. I'll do that. Joseph Justice Scaliger.
yeah, he was a historian. Pretty sure it was from the 1500 or something like that. But they say that he pretty much alone with his apprentices rewrote the entire history, made up the Romans, made up the Babylonians, made up everything. But again, there's just one thing, like when you talk with these guys that completely are full on board with everything Tartaria, like they say that all of history is fake unless the history fits their bias. That's a dangerous part.
Well, it doesn't all have to be fake, but the timelines could have been distorted.
Oh, I don't think anyone will actually deny that the winners do write the histories and stuff like that. But how far are we gonna take that? That's trying to dig up. Because if you have to pretty much erase everything, well, what can we believe then? Then Tartaria is also fake. I mean, how far are we gonna go? That's my point. Like, how much are we gonna dismiss? And we can't even dismiss everything. We pretty much have to take most of these events case by case and see how trustworthy all the sources is. Which I don't want to appeal to authority, but we have a lot of people who have dug from all sides of the view. For example, like we have the biblical scholars, then we have the atheist scholars that has also analyzed the Bible and blah blah blah, and that from there we can derive the conclusion how valid that story is. It's kind of like the same we have to do with all these claims about history has been erased and stuff like that. Like, and sometimes we just have to say we don't know because the sources is incomplete. You know what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely.
Isn't that with most historical things that you can't confirm now?
Come again?
I mean, I just had some video try to tell me that kids came from Cabbage Patches and that our history doesn't even go back more than 200 years.
Wait, Truth Unveiled. Was that Truth Unveiled?
Mind Unveiled.
Yes, that's the one. I think I saw that one.
You saw that Cabbage Patch video? How many timelines is this guy going to try to give us, man? It's just, what are we doing?
I usually listen to it when I go to bed because it's damn great to fall asleep with.
My take on the entire Tartarian narrative is that I'm not dismissing that history could have been altered with and events been altered with, but the narrative itself with Tartaria, with all their claims, it feels like it is some sort of Marxist psyop where we subconsciously are forced into accepting a one world government, one world people with peace, blah blah blah, and look at the direction society is going, one world government with credit score and all that kind of shit, when you're connecting the right dots there, like it's a really dangerous thing because it's all the truthers. When truthers is starting to fantasize about this kind of idea, like, I mean, you know what I mean. We're hitting our heads into a wall.
Let me say what I'm thinking, bro. I got you right now because that's exactly how I feel about this. They got everybody aligning with the Tartaria as if this is their identity now. Like, oh, we all come from this ancient, like as if this is our ancestry now. So it's just like a new identity for us, actually, not even for like our history.
Yeah, like for example, this is what I wrote to another guy the other day. Well, as far as I can tell, they are blah blah blah.
It's just an even broader stroke. It's less identifying, actually.
Yeah. Take two things. Fantastical tales about a one world civilization, and there's a one world order. Dismissal of the entire history and our ancestors' achievements, destroying nation states and past accomplishments and progression, pretty much putting people in a position that they don't know anything about themselves and their history. It's like the alien agenda with new coding.
Further generalization of our history and our it's crazy.
Like it's like the alien agenda with new coding. Like we have the one world civilization with free energy, super technology, created the pyramids and all that kind of shit. And then the biggest red flag is it's not censored at all. It's highly recommended when you're searching for it. If you go to Google or YouTube, if you go to Google or YouTube and search Caesarea, 8 out of 10, the first 10 posts will give you the entire Tartarian narrative, and maybe 2 guys that is talking against it. If you search Flat Earth, the first 100 pages will, with 99 of those 100 pages, will just be debunk shit, you know?
There's other videos that I noticed that get scrubbed off YouTube. For me, it's like stuff about like elections, stuff about the jab. Okay. And then you also have the flat earth gets censored like crazy.
And then you have Tartaria that just goes against it all. That just gets recommended highly. Like on TikTok, it's one of the most searched and viewed topics.
Who else is getting censored like that?
Well, I'm not saying it that you should take my word for it, but I'm just saying it to make you think about it next time you watch a Tartaria video or something like that. Like look about.
I don't like Tartaria videos. I just think that there's some truth to the idea that this was definitely already a civilization and wasn't just a bunch of hunter-gatherers and teepees.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing with a psyop.
Would you discard pre-flood and we are post-flood civilization at this moment? Like there was a pre-flood thing going, right?
I have a different reason I believe there was a flood that had nothing to do with Tartaria. It has to do with this guy, Randall Carlson, and his pictures above Yellowstone National Park.
You know Randall Carlson is Freemason, right?
Yeah, but I know that his photos above Yellowstone National Park are freaking really compelling. I mean, I still haven't been able to throw that weird Glober narrative away, I guess.
Well, yeah, James, when we're talking about pre-flood or flood, like what are we talking about? 100 years ago, 200 years ago, biblical flood, the Ice Age flood 6,000 years ago? What are we talking about? You know,
I don't know when it happened.
Yeah, exactly. But when they're going in and claim that a lot of things that can be explained is from a mud flood, like that is where my line is broken. You know, I just can't follow that anymore. But we're 100% sure civilizations have come and gone. And they have leftover foundations of their cities, 100%, and we have built upon that. That is not that I would never dismiss that. That is quote unquote scientific, you know.
You have heard about Chicago, right?
Chilaga.
Yeah, I've read about a lot of the American cities, and there is explanations for most, if not all of them. And there are extensive evidence in the archives about these things.
About what exactly?
Like for example, tunnel systems under the ground, buildings under the ground. Like there is, I think it was Oregon, there was a huge fire, and the city council decided that they would raise the entire city with 20 feet. They had issues. There was extensive letters and evidence and stuff like that. But some people did not want to sell their plots of land, so they still have houses and shops underground until later on when they actually, you know, decided to go above.
So you believe that narrative that Chicago burned down like 4 or 3 times?
Well, back then they built a lot in wood, so it's not out of the question.
That's true. That's debatable, of course.
I'm not saying that there isn't any mystery about many of the cities. I'm just saying many of the claims can be explained if you're digging into the archives.
Yeah, but that's like if I were to fake the archives, I would write it in a way that would be like, how you say, understandable.
I agree, but the amount, it's not like if it was just one account and we had to take that for its word, yes, sure. But when we're talking about extensive evidence, extensive letters, extensive, it just comes out like, how possible is it that all of this has been faked, you know?
I don't know. There's a lot of stone buildings in Chicago that were like built in a few tens of years. It's
Yeah,
like,
I mean, if you just take the mainstream narrative, they came blah 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 to Americas in the 1500s, blah blah blah. If you just take that, that is like 500 years. Then we are in 2000. If they came over there, what would the first building materials be? It would be fucking stone, from the ground, from quarries.
no, it wouldn't be stone. It would be wood.
Well, wood and stone
It'd
then.
be quicker to build a wooden shack than a stone arched building.
And there is also leftovers of stone and wood
Yeah, that's
houses.
the thing. That's the thing. There's like huge, great structures in Chicago that got built there, like when they were just on horse and wagons and shit.
Well, again, this is the narrative. They're trying to take away what we actually were able to do.
No, I'm pretty sure people were able to do it, but not under the time frame that we've been given. And saying that the Europeans came from Europe and there was nothing here built and they did it. That
Exactly
narrative.
that.
I'm pretty sure people are definitely capable of building structures for sure, but not the narrative that we were given. For me,
I think it's something we have to take case by case, because like, what was the technology back then? Like we knew that at least in the early 1800s, they already had huge steam machines and stone cutters and stuff like that. Did they also have them in the 1700s, the 1600s? When did the steam engine actually come?
Good question.
Because steam machinery is super durable, really powerful. It just cost a lot of coal to get them running. That's the same with something like the takeover of Australia and New Zealand. Like they were not dumb people. Like they have this prison story where it was only dumb prisoners, but no, they had highly educated people also taken down there. And that was why they could establish communities, because if it was just prisoners, it would just be chaos, So there was some rules from the beginning. That is, but again, what I'm saying here is not the same as saying that there is no mysteries in the world and there is no alteration with the storyline or the timeline or all these kind of things. Like there is 100% been altered with many things, 100%.
Does anybody want to help me out with this thing Xanix's talking about?
Benefit, ignore Senate for your own health.
Did I miss anything?
He's saying that when we enter free fall, so let's say we're accelerating because of downward acceleration, right? Whatever causes that.
You mean
And we're in
gravity?
a state of free fall eventually. Is that strictly because of a person saying that it doesn't feel like they're accelerating, or is it because there are no forces acting on a physical object literally? Or is it just a sensation of a person? I'm asking the wrong questions.
I don't understand. Yeah.
Talking about Artemis.
No, I'm talking about a video I posted in the chat. There's this thing Xanix's been saying the past week where we're actually falling up, and I just don't get it.
Who's falling back? Like Sanak is falling in his mind?
Well, I posted a video. I'll post it again.
Wait, falling is downwards. So if you're falling upwards, how does that work?
That's what I'm wondering. Apparently, Galileo did some experiment. He dropped 2 balls off of the Tower of Pisa, or whatever, and then
one went up.
Claimed that, that because they fall at the same rate, even though they're different mass, it's because the ground is falling up. It's not because it's actually falling.
Helium is falling and hydrogen is falling too, right?
Oh man.
I guess it depends on the relative density of the surrounding medium, of buoyancy or whatever.
It's falling towards the sky.
Are there any globers here?
Kosho, but I'm not sure if he is hanging around in cosmology. I think he's on his phone and PC.
You know, I prefer it when there's no globers. Then you like make more. How you say?
It's not that I prefer when there's no Globers. I just prefer when we're not arguing things that are super obvious and don't need to be, hashed out and beat like a dead horse.
Yeah, there's less hate. That's...
Well, when there's globers in the room, the conversation often goes back to flat versus globe, and we cannot touch the topics that we have touched the last hour on, And these are super interesting also.
Because when there's globers, you have to turn into a dysfunctional way of thinking instead of a functional one. Because the globe itself is dysfunctional. It doesn't work in reality. So you have to start talking about fantasy land. So yeah, it turns into a mess.
Yeah, good point.
You have to throw away all logic, throw away your senses. And when have you ever done that in reality? Can't. But if you go in your imagination, then you could probably entertain those ideas, and that's what the globe is. Impossible.
I see what you did there.
Think about it. When you experience your own experience, like your senses are telling you that the ground is motionless. Your eyes, when you look up, is telling you the sky is moving, right? Rotating or doing what it's doing. You do those observations, utilizing your senses.
Yeah,
Also,
that should be
that you observe the horizontal and level, right? But then they claim the opposite of everything you experience. So it's nonsensical because it goes up against your senses and all of your experience. So it's nonsense.
Yeah, if there was rotation, we would very well be eligible to dictate it. Or how you say? Find out it's there.
Pretty sure your senses would tell you, hey, the ground is moving, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to
They
believe in
tell
a
you
lot of illusions to believe the globe.
they tell you you know you're moving because you don't feel you're moving. That's how you know.
And then if you would go against the rotation of the Earth, you would definitely notice it.
You guys want to hear my weird ass theory about the globe?
Sure thing.
Oh, thank you.
I think that they've invoked this model to give the sensation that we are all teetering and just so sensitive to movement. Like we're made of spheres, so we could literally just disassemble and be easily moved. Like we just have this illusion that we are just like this really sensitive object. I think a sphere is the most movable object on the surface, or something like that, right?
The ground is rotating in its axis, right? Actual rotation at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then following the sun 66,000 miles per hour. Then the sun is following the Milky Way 600,000 miles per hour. Then the Milky Way is following the Great Retractor the speed of light almost. But you don't feel anything, bro. And so moving multiple vectors and multiple speeds all at the same time You don't feel anything.
Yeah, that's the thing with gravity, right? It's so perfect that we don't notice a damn thing.
Mm-hmm. I have a video of this guy. He literally works out what it would be like for a plane to land on a landing strip on a rotating sphere. It's pretty good. You know, he talks about the velocity and the change of the amount of drag you would have close to the North Pole. He lays it all out. It's just this engineer guy that's just like, dude, I'm trying to not be a flat earther. Can someone explain why planes don't have to adjust when they're landing? Yeah, I'll post the video.
Is that Brian Mullen? I remember he made one video like that.
Maybe. Yeah, this video is years old.
But that's the thing, right? If you're landing from what is it, east to west or west to east, it shouldn't be that noticeable. But when you're landing from an airstrip from north to south or south to north, the runway should turn away from you, right?
Yeah, but on the globe, all you have to do is not think about it, and you don't have to do anything. You just forget
Just
about
put
it.
it on autopilot.
Guys, you don't understand it. It's because gravity is closing in the environment, so we don't feel anything. You just don't understand.
Gravity knows what to do at every instance. Gravity knows what to do. Don't worry about it.
We don't know how gravity works, but that's how it works, you know.
Here goes the video.
Level.
Is Zanuck here? Zanuck, are you here?
Oh, that is Mullen.
So, yeah, this video is 7 years old. Man,
Yeah,
people
he
have
was a
been
big timer
really
back in
on
the day.
top of this way before me, man. I was totally a glober when this guy was like way ahead.
I remember this dude. This dude caused a sensation when he came out, man.
He made
Everybody
some
had
pretty
to.
good content.
I
Yeah.
just watched this video yesterday for the first time.
Wow. Yeah.
You should watch his Force the Line one.
Force the line?
Let me put it up for you.
Okay.
This one.
Yep. The twin sister of Apollo, Artemis.
Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo.
Yes, sir.
Fascinating as fuck.
Uh-oh. Is this another one of his videos? What's this one about?
It's about a contraption he was thinking of that could prove Earth curve if it was there.
Oh, wow. I'm going to save this for later. I'm going to have to watch this for real.
But it's only part 2. There is, I think it's part 1, 2, and 3, but I cannot find 1 and 2, 1 and 3, so it was a bit gone. Maybe I have to go into the archives to find them. But yeah, I mean, just watching this video, you should get a pretty good perception of what he was thinking or idea of what he was thinking.
Hey, you guys be messing up my work schedule. Stuff is too interesting at 2 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, I feel like a thing like this Force the Line thing should be conducted because, as far as I understand, like that would give a clear cut if there is any deviation in terms of what's it called, drop over distance. But of course, it costs a little money, and there has to be super precision while setting it up. But yeah, I like the idea, 100%. I feel some of the content creators that is earning money on this This
Yeah,
thing
you
should
just
go
wonder why
together.
NASA hasn't done it with their millions of dollars to shut us up, right?
We lost the technology.
Like, if they really want flat Earth to go away, why don't they just do this?
I really hope they can land another person on the moon and go walk around, and then we can just like dissect it and just fucking laugh about it.
Well, Artemis mission has already produced quote unquote pictures, and they look just as fake as the moon passing the camera video
Really?
that was back then. It looks fake as fuck.
Yes, especially when you see like the module that goes around the moon. You see it in some extent in the live stream they had. Like you see
Yeah,
some piece of the machine.
yeah. I had a nerdy moment some a month back or 2 months back. I watched a lot of the ISS live feed just for fun. And one thing I noticed is that it runs in 10-minute sections where they claim it's because of day, nighttime, blah, blah, blah. But every time there is a live shoot, the camera is pointing straight down and all you see is water, land, and clouds, no horizon. When the camera cuts off, it goes into a pre-recorded one that looks very CGI, very fantastical with horizon and the what is it called? All the different effects and all that kind of stuff. But it's all pre-recorded stuff when they show these kind of things. And 10 minutes later, it cuts back to the live feed, which is just a camera pointing down. And then 10 minutes later, back to pre-recorded, where they're showing all these fantastical horizons again. So there is no live feed of horizons when in the live feed. It's all pre-recorded stuff. And it has been that every single day for 2 weeks, I check this out, and there is no live feed of the horizon shit. It's all pre-recorded, quote unquote pre-recorded.
Damn, bro.
But that's one thing we should worry about, technology advances. So as well does the fakery. Like they will get better and better at faking this shit. At some point, it will not be noticeable anymore.
Yeah, I mean, AI is definitely dangerous. Oh, not AI. I mean, virtual reality is definitely dangerous because they can make these fakery and make people believe it. Like subconsciously, in their subconsciousness, they will actually think that they were in space with virtual reality because the way the brain is storing memories.
Say again?
With the virtual reality, with the way that you are taking in images and storing memory, subconsciously you will feel you will think that you have actually been to space after you have watched enough virtual reality. If there
But isn't
was
that also the thing already? Like I hear a lot of people that went into a plane ride and they said, yeah, I can see the curvature of the Earth when I'm in a plane. Well, there's Neil deGrasse Tyson that says like it's possible to see the curvature of the Earth from a plane.
Yeah, I mean, it can whatever they saw can be explained away with either a delusion because they want to see the curve, or there is also the idea that these windows they are slightly curved and they're not just one layout, so it is actually 2, 3 mediums that you're looking through that it's all curved, and that could give like an effect of curvature. So, two explanations that could perfectly explain why they're seeing what they're seeing.
You know my theory for why people see curvature? Because like the radius from where you can see will always be round, right?
I have a different theory. Lately, I've been entertaining something totally random. But I think certain people's vision, maybe even something like that, could have to do with how far they're seeing. Because I know I can read like a book from far away. So I don't know. Maybe some people are literally seeing something in their vision.
Maybe it also might be more what you want to see. Because like if you really want to see something, you're gonna see it somehow. Like that's how your brain works, right?
Sure.
Doesn't NASA makes like enough money to put a 360-degree camera at multiple locations in the spacecraft so we can see everything and we can just go into the feed and move the camera around, just like
That's what I'm
YouTube.
saying.
Have you seen the YouTube 360-degree videos that you can look around,
Yeah.
see everything? I mean,
Only
you don't have
independent
to just
journalists
give.
use
I
those
think
cameras.
we could probably could give NASA more money and maybe they can install better cameras, right?
Yeah, let's ask NASA if we could strap our own camera to their rockets.
Oh yeah, good idea.
But that's actually a good point James is making up, like we're going all these missions, but still they don't like apply cameras to every side of a rocket. There's like this one stream and there's nothing else.
Imagine when they did the first moon missions and the first satellites, that was like groundbreaking technology. Why aren't they using old technology in 2022? Why don't they use the best technology today? Like good cameras, 360 degrees, kinda like that.
I don't know. I think they're still trying to clone how's he called? The guy that faked the moon landings.
I mean, like, if I ever build a rocket to go over like 75 miles, I'm putting 20 cameras on it. I'm getting another rocket to look at it from 100 feet away, put 20 cameras on that one. What are these people doing? They're wasting everyone's time, not strapping hundreds of cameras on their rockets.
My theory is that they're still trying to clone Stanley Kubrick to make a second moon landing movie.
That's so funny.
So funny. It might be
They have
true.
movies like Interstellar now, where they're introducing this new, like, wild concept of dimensions into your space time narrative. And now they're going to try to act like that shit's real.
But surely they has to use those new movie techniques inside the ISS, right?
I know you've seen Interstellar, that movie, right?
I haven't.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Dude, they introduced this whole wild, like, fourth dimension where they're just like, fuck outer space, fuck your moon, fuck your planets. We're now talking about dimensions and aliens that can communicate from other dimensions. So they're trying to, like, invoke a whole new, like, culture of just, like, dimensions. It's weird.
Well, I'm not sure if it's related, but you've seen the Pentagon and other army officials bringing
They're
out
going to have a dimension
UFO documentation. And
imagine the government opening a branch to fight dimensional threats.
Space Force, baby. But from my opinion, I find it kind of weird that they're
$10
releasing
billion
all these
a year.
UFO footage.
Dimension Force.
I think NASA needs more money, and that's what I think.
Y'all got to see the movie Interstellar, though. They're really trying to, like, push this idea that there's stuff beyond outer space now.
Isn't that why they made Star Wars? Star Trek?
Yeah, I thought of that because of the Stanley Kubrick. Like, they were really implanting and, like, precondition. What's the word I'm thinking of? It's indoctrination.
I don't know, Stanley Kubrick has like a special place in my heart. Just because for some reason he kind of tries to expose shit on a very weird occultic level.
Maybe.
Well, have you seen Eyes Wide Shut?
Yes. Many years ago, so I don't remember the total movie. So,
Have you heard that they like got some piece of the movie?
say again. What?
Have you heard that they got some pieces of the movie?
Oh, I wonder what they cut.
Well, if you watch it again, I don't know. I've watched the movie before, I watched the movie when I saw the conspiracy about it, when they cut some stuff out. And when I watched the movie after that, it kind of felt like they left something out from the movie as well. When I watched it myself.
You know, I was a kid when I saw it, so I didn't even understand what I was watching.
Then you really have to watch it again, man. You really have to watch it again.
Yeah, all right. Well, yeah, you have the Space Odyssey 2001, and it gives the idea to, like, you know, the general public that, you know, you can go walk around on the moon. Okay, as long as you have a suit and a rocket and, like, you know, you'll be all right. So that happened before the moon landing, you know. They were putting it in people's minds that it was possible before they apparently proved it.
Wait, when did Space Odyssey came out?
Let's see.
Because if it came out before the Apollo stuff, it adds a whole another layer
Yeah,
of there.
1968, so literally the year before.
Hot damn.
That's what I'm saying, man. They're
Ready.
planting the idea of outer space before they ever claimed to go there. So now they're planting the idea with Matthew McConaughey of him being able to travel through dimensions before they ever go there. And they're going to make people believe that shit's real.
Matthew McConaughey?
He's the actor in Interstellar.
Ah, right.
There's all kinds of weird alternative cultures that are popping up nowadays. Like, younger people have to, like, really navigate this weird sea of cultures and figure out what their identity is amongst, like, a lot of nonsense.
Hey, is Blaze still here? Is she by her computer? Blaze, are you there? Blaze.
Is he or she?
Blaze, are you there? Oh, maybe she's still. Oh, there she is.
I am. I was just about to go to sleep again.
Hey, Blaze, we friends?
What? Of course.
We friends? Good.
Yeah, I chased you down.
You and Stacy took my best shot today, so thanks.
No. I chased you down. It's all a misunderstanding. So.
All right. I just want to make sure we're buds.
Of course. But I was kind of just like listening to you guys. I was laughing, kind of like smiling, listening to you guys talk about these stupid indoctrinational movies out there and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Well, you sleep tight tonight, okay? You have a good night's sleep.
I will. Thanks.
Hey, happy Coriolis Monday.
What is that? It's Coriolis. What?
Happy Coriolis Monday. May the earth spin well underneath you.
It's fixed and immovable.
Oh, I read that somewhere. I don't know where.
I know, right? Totally. You guys keep talking. You're helping me go to sleep. I mean, in a good way. Like it's background.
Hey, live long and prosper, Blaze.
How many of these spaghetti westerns do we have? You know, how many kids grow up in the 50s and the 60s just believing that cowboys and Indians were real? There's all kinds of weird narrative. Like, we don't even know if cowboys were real, you know? It was all because of movies.
Hey, Star Trek was real. 66, 69, Kirk, Spock, Scotty, and Sulu. They were real.
No,
I said spaghetti westerns, but just westerns in general.
What's that nigger called again from Deep Space Nine?
What'd you say?
The black guy.
Yeah, I can't even believe you just said that. What's wrong with you?
Sorry, I'm racist.
He's you don't know the color of his skin, so he can use it maybe.
What do you mean I don't know the color? I can see. I'm not blind.
No, I mean
Yeah,
the
but you
color
know
of
how
your
the
skin.
narrative
So,
of, like,
so
cowboys fighting in the desert.
You are allowed to use
Bunch of
the
Native
word.
Americans.
If it's black, it's black.
Yeah, watch your mouth. But Cowboys and Indians is definitely just been peddled as much as outer space. I'm just trying to think of more things in media that hasn't ever really been proven to be true.
If you looked into the Cowboys and Indians,
Cowboys was more like a lifestyle, you know.
that doesn't say a whole lot.
It was exaggerated as like these wild west saloons and dudes with guns and all these like bounties and hitmen and cowboys and Indians shooting arrows and running through the desert while a bunch of people are shooting arrows at you. That is not real. Okay. And it definitely wasn't happening in the 1800s like they try to make it seem.
Yeah, those natives were a bunch of savages, right? And we had the cool cowboys with the cool guns and the cool hats taking care of business.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
tribals were like the marshals, and they had businesses and towns and banks and barber shops. But the Indians, ew.
Yeah, so that's just another example of, movies and TV making young people believe stuff that they can't verify.
Who would want to be on the Indian side?
Who was a fan of Stanley Kubrick? Was that you, Jamesy?
Nah.
Who's a fan of Stanley Kubrick?
Not a fan, but I could honor the guy.
No, it must have been they must have left.
Yeah, when you fall in love with someone, you don't say you're a fan of that person, right?
Whatever. Fan enjoyed his movies, doesn't matter. My point, he has some video, I don't remember the name, some weird long German word. And it's just like, videos of like rocket launches, shuttle launches, nature. It's just like a 2 hour compilation of just random stuff that happens in the world. The video's called like Voyanaskoshki or something weird. I can't
That's
remember.
racist.
But the reason I bring that up is because before he was ever approached to make a movie about landing on the moon, he was the person that was filming all the shuttle launches for the missions that they were doing. So that's just a weird coincidence, if you ask me.
Are you like a coincidence theorist? Like a glober? Everything is a coincidence?
Hey, Xanix's on mute. I wanted to ask him a quick question. Is he a science teacher in high school? Somebody verify that.
Oh, please, no.
I'm like pretty
Dennis,
sure
are you
Janik told me
kidding
he's a
me?
teacher. Yeah, he's a teacher.
He's a science teacher in high school?
I didn't ask him. I don't know, but he is a teacher.
Yeah, I want to ask him, but he's on mute. So I just wanted to ask him nicely. I just wanted to know.
Well, nice comes from the word necius in the Latin, so being
Yeah.
nice is basically being ignorant and stupid.
Hey, Jim Z, that is way too deep for so late at night. Don't be so deep.
Wait.
What?
What did you say? You said nice means what?
Ignorant, stupid, necius. That's what
I
nice means.
wouldn't even want to feel that way though. Like I don't think being nice is ignorant. I think it's polite.
Yeah, that's what you've been told, right? But the meaning of things, words have meanings, right? And roots. And if you if you do something that someone can take advantage of what you're doing, and you're just doing it because you're dumb and ignorant, that person is gonna tell you, "Ah, you're so nice."
Hey, Jemsy, words have meanings. Flat equals curved. I like that. Ha ha.
You know, when someone like I'm saying, when someone takes advantage of you and you don't know they're taking advantage of you, that person taking advantage of you is gonna say, "You're such a nice person." He's telling you the truth.
Yeah, well, there's a context in the word nice that I think we all need to, we need to do that. Maybe the word's not nice. Maybe it's just like cordial, polite, not rude.
Those are different words.
Not edgy, considerate.
I'd like to be edgy.
Clearly.
Don't you?
I mean, I just read it somewhere. I just Googled it, and check out the etymology of the word. I'm not making any claims. I'm just telling you something I learned in the YouTubes, in the Googles.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And even if it were true, I think we should all try to be nice anyway.
Are you calling me ignorant and stupid and necious by
try to be
asking
polite,
me being nice to you? No, thank you.
Well, the origin of the word nice has been superseded by the new definition.
All right.
Sorry to say. But that is an interesting story. I didn't know that was where it came from.
Damn, what's up, Shane?
Up, cowboy.
I believe in cowboys.
I stopped believing in cowboys a long time ago. Now,
You don't believe that people were controlling cattle on horseback?
no, I think it was more of a lifestyle.
You're watching the stream?
No, I popped in before because Truth Prevails was doing like a 14-minute soliloquy to someone that wasn't there, and I wanted to shoot my ears out, so I came over here for a minute.
You said it better
God.
than I could have, Shane.
My
Well,
God.
let's look at it like this.
Just
Cowboys
some
were a
brevity,
profession. Could there have been loners that was riding around on horseback and just riding from town to town? Sure.
Mm.
Could there be outlaws that were riding on horseback, riding from town to town and doing their bidding without being caught by the police? Oh, if they did. They did.
How about, like, the thing that gets me about the whole Wild West tale is that, like, maybe it's just the movies that gave me this feeling, but if you roll up to like a town and there's one road in town and all the big buildings and everything is like a Potemkin village facing the road. They have a nice storefront, big doors, but you go back there and it's like a bar room and a getaway car. Like, they put all the effort in putting in the main drag in the front row, and there's like more than one town that does that. So like, why would they put in all the effort to make all the towns seem so alluring by the railroads, and then really there's no substance there, barely anyone lives there and shit,
Well, as far as I know, is that these towns were created because that was where the base was for the railroad at the time. And later on, when the railroad progressed, people and shops moved away from that place and it became deserted. Do I know if this is 100% correct? No, but it makes sense if it is as they say,
Why would they lie about the Wild West?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie about NASA and outer space and the Wild West?
I don't know why they lie about Wild West, honestly, but it's probably going to be an easier reason than space.
Yeah, probably doesn't
I'm
cost.
just saying, is what we know about it probable? I would say yes. It definitely leans towards something that could be easily a thing. We are here at the railroad. We have to create the next 10 miles, so we create a little town. Some of these towns become bigger or smaller, and over time they just become deserted.
Did you see the blueprints for the 1885 railroad going from Albuquerque to Santa Fe? They factored in 8 inches per mile squared for the 150 miles. I was amazed when I read that.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Hey, you learned something today.
Man, I learn something every day.
Well, I brought up Westerns being, exaggerated in movies and in mainstream television type.
Oh, we definitely agree on
channels.
that. We definitely agree on that. That Hollywood has a way of exaggerating and adding things that wasn't real.
Clint Eastwood didn't hang high. Wasn't hung high.
Oh, look,
Clint Eastwood is the only real cowboy.
Oh, that's
look,
good.
Waterworld versus Matthew Lawrence Part 2 here. Oh, how curious! I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
That looks like it's fun.
Yeah.
First one was pretty fun.
Yes, and we probably won't need a moderator either because
No, I literally went to
Matthew
get
is so-
snacks and shit until you guys called me out, and you didn't need me at all.
Matthew's very easy to get along with. We'll just need to have
Yeah.
a timer. We have to have a timer to make sure we don't go over 2 hours.
How come I'm the only one interested in your debate, Jim? Oh, it's me and Gio. You didn't even RSVP yet. You schmuck.
Well, Gio just posted it today. I think.
Well, it's here. I found it. I RSVP'd. Get with it, bud.
Yeah.
I think another narrative that they tried to peddle to kids back in like the 30s or 40s is the Great Gatsby, like a bunch of rich aristocrats just drinking wine at these ballroom parties and acting all frivolous and stupid. I think there's a bunch of lies around that story too. Like, it wasn't all just like fun and games in a big room full of rich people.
You don't believe in parties?
You don't believe in rich people?
I think that the narrative has been exaggerated. Like the story about the Great Gatsby is fiction.
You don't believe in Artemis? You don't believe in Artemis? Come on.
Dude,
it's on
Jesse.
TV. It's on TV.
I just found someone posted a really funny video called 12-year-old discovers all U.S. presidents are direct descendants of King John of England. Would that surprise you?
A 12-year-old did it?
Well,
you
it was
I don't know
like,
where they got their information.
You misread it because it's all president except one.
Yes, correct. Thank you, sir.
Is that Jesse the Flurf? Is that you, Jesse?
Hey, shut up, Glober.
Hey, you changed your avatar, Flurf.
Also, about Gatsby, It's a novel. It's a fictional story, but it is inspired on Fitzgerald's real life experiences.
I'm saying the hoity-toity brown nose sniffing your wine before you drink it era was painted to the people before it really was a thing.
Hey, Jesse, what do you get when you put two Flurfs together?
Flurf?
You get 40 IQ points.
Haha, you win.
Dude, I was going with a Flurp sandwich. What? A Flurp Oreo? A Flurp tartar? Come on, man.
God. Anyway.
There's so many good ones.
I think Jesse should start his own server.
You also got the narrative of dinosaurs. They started peddling all that dinosaur nonsense and the cavemen and the BC and, you need sticks to fight the freaking animals 10,000 years ago. That was put on television too.
Are you telling me Raquel Welch in that bikini wasn't history, true history?
Who?
Yeah, who? I love it.
I remember when I was young.
I'm saying the caveman narrative's bullshit. Okay.
The first dinosaur documentary that I watched was called The Land Before Time, and I really liked it a lot.
Was that a documentary or was that cartoon series?
Dude, that was like I'm thinking the land of the lost. Is that like the little king dinosaurs chasing each other around?
That was an actual
No.
documentary. I watched it in my school, and they were trying to teach us something about dinosaurs, and they put the documentary called "The Land Before Time," and it had multiple versions, like part 2, part 3, "The
Oh
Land
yeah,
Before
that's another
Time."
one. They got the whole fairies and knights of like they got the whole medieval times type narrative. Now, how do we confirm that?
The main character of the documentary was called
Gnomes
Littlefoot.
and trolls and Lord of the Rings type stuff. We act like that shit's real now because it's been pushed in our heads since the 60s that it was a part of our history. Now we act like Lord of the Rings actually happened at one point.
Middle Earth is real.
Midgard.
Yeah, Midgard.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Midgard.
Sorry, you're more nerdy than me. I'm just kidding.
I mean, we live in Midgard right now.
Mm.
It's just like how much stuff came to our ideas to be real, like before they were movies. Like we just consider all this stuff real, but really it was the movies that told us it was real.
Well, hasn't it been like that throughout history, where with myths and mythology characters and stuff like that? It's nothing new.
Jesse, I dropped the link at 20 minutes after the hour about Raquel Welch. You can see why we liked her so much a while ago. Very realistic movie.
Yeah, stuff like that. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just making people believe that cavemen roamed the earth, whatever.
You can see why people my age really like Raquel Welch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, put an astronaut in a. Yeah, exactly.
Why is it so weird that after Ragnarok and the world is destroyed and it's trying to be built up again, that people could have lived in caves before they built houses?
What'd you say?
I'm just saying that after Ragnarok and the few people that was left, they survived, that they lived in caves before they built houses. Why is that weird?
After Ragnarok, how does that myth go again? Norse?
Ragnarok Valdespar is like there is a semi-creation in there, but later on we have the established life. Then there is Ragnarok, the fight against the gods. But after Ragnarok, it's not like Armageddon where the world just ends. Like after Ragnarok, people still have hit in the world tree, and they start to come out of that again after Ragnarok is over and the world is still alive, if you want to call it like that. But everything has just been destroyed in some sort of way in the big war. And then they started again. Like Valdespar and the Nordic mythology runs in cycles. There is no distinct end and beginning to it all. Well, there is a creation myth in it, but later on, everything, the end is a new beginning. So yeah, after Ragnarok, people were still here, and they lived in caves before they built houses.
Just so you know, my first wife looked like Raquel Welch, and my fifth wife looks like Raquel Welch.
You didn't get married 5 times. You're not that crazy, are you?
It's actually 6. Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe you should have been gay.
Oh.
Well,
I hope you have kids with them all.
6 times, man. I don't know.
6 times down the aisle. Yep. And
Dude.
and the sad thing about it is, only one of them was a flat earther. That's it.
You're lucky to have one that was a flat earther, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
But no, I mean, you haven't been a flat earther that long.
I know. My marriages were very short. Yep.
Wow.
Hey Jesse. Hey Jesse. Hey Jesse. When a flurf looks up in the sky and sees stars, what does the flurf say? Duh, he.
What the fuck?
It's not. I don't even get it.
I
don't
thought it
even
was
get it.
just me because of the language barrier, but
Nope, it's
I'm
just
glad.
stupid.
I'm glad you also didn't get it.
Like I feel like I'm still waiting for the punchline to drop, but somebody laughed, so I feel like I missed it.
One day you're gonna be sitting by yourself at your house for that joke, and you're gonna realize, man, and you're gonna be laughing your ass.
20 years from now, when I'm also an old man, yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Telling dad jokes to myself alone in my garage.
yeah.
'Cause that's
How'd you
gonna
know
be me.
How'd you know I was in my garage? How you know that?
I'm just planning my own future. I figure that'd be it.
Because we can hear your Lamborghini from here.
My Lamborghini? Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought he said lamp and genie, to be honest.
Is
yeah. Because
the word Harry
it's
Bush
not
funny
a
to
real
you?
Lambo. It's a Lamborghini. It's a
Lamborghini.
lamb or genie.
What did Gabrukier say?
I just thought of another stupid narrative that gets peddled to kids. The whole
Oh
G.I.
no.
Joe, you're going to save the country if you just shoot all these random people over here.
Isn't
And got
that
all these
all he
Oh
people
no.
buying in
says?
with the idea that they could save their fellow brothers by just like shooting guns.
Well, yeah, that's like the whole patriotism myth, right? They got the pre-programming. Dude, we also like you remember
Yeah,
that
the G.I. Joe
like
prototype.
like when they first had TV, the 1960s used to play the national anthem on TV, and it was packed with subliminal messages like don't rebel, obey government, government is good, don't disagree, like cuz obey, consume sort of shit like from straight from They Live, but like based
Actually,
based in reality.
actually, the single hero narrative is actually much deeper than that. It is actually demobilizing people to go together and fight the evil, if you want to say it like that, because they're all just waiting for that one guy.
I have a
Well,
friend
it's
that signed up to go to the war in Iraq in high school, and he regrets it all the time. And I just think like it was because he wanted to be like a hero. He wanted to go there and stop the bad guys.
Yeah,
But you know that
patriotism.
wasn't the case. He thought he was going to go there and be all stealth Splinter Cell with night vision goggles in the desert, like with freaking like leaves on his head with a sniper rifle. That's what he thought. It turns out that's not what ended up happening. He ended up actually like stopping a kid. He like a kid's hand flew off because he was holding some kind of like soda can grenade. Like the story he tells me is just so traumatizing. It has nothing to do with saving people.
Isn't that this a similar story with the cowboys and the Indians? Like, let's go fight the savages, you know? Let's go get them, because
Yeah, it's like
we know better.
the yippee ki like what are we gonna do about these people type idea.
Well,
Like
I do know
one
that
day it's aliens, one day it's terrorists, one day it's freaking Indians. Like, what are we doing?
there is a lot more cowboy versus savage videos out there, but there is also movies out there that is depicting them as having relationships, and then there is the evil soldiers that still want to kill the natives, you know.
That's the
There's
other
always got
side.
to
The
be
other,
some imminent threat out
yeah.
there that we got to go and get them. You know, it's just
Just
doesn't
like
matter
they've
who it
done
is.
with Russia
Got
for
to be
50
someone to
years.
go and get.
Wait. Does somebody know when the Indians actually got ground for building casinos? Because that's the thing, right? Indians own casinos, shit. They don't pay any taxes.
Look it up.
They own their own lands, and a lot of governments have treaties with the actual natives. I think a lot of these treaties expired at a certain
Yeah, there's a Native
recently.
American reservation like an hour from my house. They don't pay taxes on their property. They have their own grocery store. It's a Native American reservation that came after I think it was some kind of bill that Abraham Lincoln signed in the 1860s. Whatever he ended up doing, a lot of Native American reservations popped up around the same time, and they're all tax exempt and yeah, those are their rights as Native Americans. I feel like that still upholds today.
And that's all state, like done by state, or is it governmental?
I have to look into it more, just like I think you should too. I'll look it up for you, yeah, but not right now.
Jesse, you are a really unique flurf. You know why?
Okay. No, I don't know why.
You put 5 words in a sentence together. Congratulations.
Fucking Glober. You would be a powerful Glober.
Hey, quiet, Flair.
Sometimes I think about if I believed in the globe, how freaking assertive I would be for the globe.
I bet they pay you $32.50 an hour to be a globe shill. I read on Facebook the average globe shill gets $22.75 an hour, but I bet they pay you $32.50 because you be that good.
They'll pay me around 40 something, $43 because I speak 2 languages, almost 3 with Portuguese. So
Oh yeah, you
I'll
could go
have
to
a
the
big
Spanish
impact
flat
on
earth
the.
servers and go
I'll
tell
have a
them that.
bigger impact on the masses than him.
Imagine learning another language just to tell people that the earth is a globe when you're a flat earther.
Well, if
Yeah,
you got
all you gotta do
$10
is go to like a Spanish church, and yeah, they speak Spanish, and teach you the globe.
hey, Flurf, if you got an extra $12 an hour, I'd learn how to speak Spanish. Jimsy,
I actually had a very good Spanish teacher in school, and I just totally I just wasn't interested, I guess.
Hey, Jimsy, is your second language Spanish?
That's my first language.
Okay. I'm stupid. Jimsy, in Spanish, say "Earth's a ball." Can you do that for me?
Tierra es una bola.
Vamos a la playa.
Let's
Vamos a
go
la
to the
playa.
beach.
Let's go to the beach.
Thanks, Jimsy. That was funny.
I remember some Spanish. See, I did have a good Spanish teacher. You see what I mean?
Hey, Jesse, Earth's the ball.
That's so stupid. Whenever somebody just puts O at the end of English words, like eartho, ezo, ballo, it's like, damn, bro.
The
quiet,
thing about
Flo.
ball,
Be quiet,
the thing
Flurfo.
about ball, the thing about ball in Spanish that you could say bola, pelota, what else? Balón. So many names for ball in
How do you say globe in Spanish?
Globo.
Global, like
Yeah.
global warming. Okay, I like that.
What does
Globo.
Mufasa mean?
El globo.
How do you say gravity?
Gravedad.
How do you
Gravidad.
say? Hey, here's a good one. How do you say bending and warping of space time?
Damn, let me think about that one. I'm gonna have to
Bending and
Google it, bro.
warping. How do you say warping in Spanish?
Bending and warping of space time. Yeah, that's Einstein.
La
Is Spanish your first language?
curvatura. Espérate. Oh, damn, you got me with that one. I have to think about it, actually.
es un mentir.
Mentira. Mentir will be the action. Mentira
to
will be the
lie.
noun. Yeah.
Sí.
Yeah.
Bueno.
Faminos el puta.
Jimsy, I'm really disappointed you can't speak Spanish and the bending and warping space time. I mean,
Bro, that's not even Spanish. That's like babble.
Flurf look really bad, Jimsy. You and Jesse are the new stupid Flurfs.
Damn, bro, I can't speak
That's so
globe.
funny. You literally
I can't. It's
went to
probably a
Amazon.
good thing that I can't speak globe language in Spanish.
I
That's actually a good thing.
went to Amazon.
Wait, so there's no word in Spanish for warping of space time?
There is. I'm just
There is, all right.
multitasking
I went to
at the
Amazon
moment.
and I looked up Flurf and I saw a picture of Jesse.
Jemsy, this Waterworld guy, he's a puta madre, eh?
That's not even funny.
Cállate, Globaro. How do you say Glober?
Glober
mano.
Diga pelotudo.
I went to Mexico City, Amazon, and I punched in Flurf, and I saw a picture of Jemsy.
That's funny because I don't live in Mexico.
Well, I gave it a shot.
So Glober, damn, Glober is like a term that doesn't have a translation actually.
It's American slang.
Yeah.
What about globe believer or globe defender or something like that?
Quiet, Fleur.
Creyente en el globo terráqueo. Terráqueo is like globe Earth. Globo terráqueo.
Okay, Jemsy.
That's cool.
How do you say flat tard in Spanish?
Retardado plano. Plano retardado.
Retardo.
Retardado.
Retardo. That reminds me of Jesse the Fleur. Retardo. I'm sorry.
Hey, cállate, globado.
O puede decir retardado o retrasado.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I need a word like a Senor Globados or something. Like I need a...
Hey, Jesse. Next time I talk to you, your official name is Jesse Retardo.
Yeah, fuck you.
Flurf Retardo. Flurf Retardo. There you go.
Yeah, why don't you go out and
No,
message
it's El Retardo.
No, guys, listen. No retardo. That's still English. You have to say retardado.
I can't say that.
Close enough.
That's a lot of rolled R's for the American tongue. It's very hard for these Americans to do that.
No, retardado. There's only
No, I
one
know.
R.
I can do it. I can,
Hey,
that's a
you
lot. I can do it
can do
in
it.
multiple languages. I'm just saying. I know it's hard for some reason. It's hard for Americans to roll their R as well.
Yeah, because most Americans are dumb.
Hey,
yeah, they're fucking dumb, man.
Hey,
They're fucking
If
stupid
we're so
asses.
so dumb, dude, how come everybody's trying to come here?
What, to
How
Canada?
are you sure people want to come on you?
Most people don't live in America, bro.
Yeah, but everybody wants to come here. It's pretty weird.
I mean, a lot of people live in Mexico, and that's still America. A lot of people live in
And-
Canada, and that's America. A lot of people live in Brazil, and that's America.
Brazil is not America, dude. Come on.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Bro. Come on,
What?
bro. Do you know your geography? I know you're from the
I'm
United
a
States. You don't know
Brazilian
geography.
citizen, dude.
But
Sou
people from the
brasileiro, cara.
US, but Brazil is in South America, which is America, the Americas.
Oh, you're doing the America thing. Okay. Well, come on, dude. You know I meant the United States. Americans from the United States.
Yeah, but only people from the United States think that only the United States is America, which is a dumb idea.
Well, I get that. It's just how Americans talk. We don't really care about the rest of the Americas because they're generally
I
poor
do.
and try to come. I'm telling you how it is.
Yeah, Americans think they are the VIPs of the world, you know.
Yeah,
And
but that's not
only
fair. Think about it like this, though. Like, there's a handful of Americans that have generalized this continent to just be America, quote unquote. But like, why does that shouldn't be the general consensus of Americans? Like, you have a whole bunch of people here that are American that don't agree with that. So you literally
I
have like
agree.
a 5 out of 5 ratio right now that, like, we don't agree with that.
But still,
Well,
I can make fun of you
I'm
guys.
from both South and North America, so I don't know. I feel like I'm a pretty good authority on it. Are you from both parts of America? Do you have dual citizenship?
I just want to say you're guilty by association.
Dude, I also
But
have
I
a
don't like when
forklift
like the
operator's
dumbest
license.
narrative becomes the, like just because the dumbest people say something, that means that all Americans say that? No.
Hey, there's a lot of TikTok videos about it, so I learned from there.
TikTok?
That's like
dumb
saying that
Americans
like all people from Brazil are like vicious drug
Good
lords and like sell coke in Rio de Janeiro. It's the same thing.
Yeah, don't carry any cell phones in Brazil. If you go to Brazil, don't carry a cell phone or don't carry any gold chains. Just leave that stuff in America.
No gold chain esse.
You're gonna get robbed.
And also look out for the monkeys, the little monkeys that they train to steal from you.
Yeah. Lots of monkeys in Brazil.
Jesse, I got a question. I got a question for you, and I need a straight answer. What similarities does an elephant and an American flurf have in common?
How do you get a straight answer in a globe?
How am I supposed to answer that?
They're both named Dumbo. Get it? Dumbo, elephant, Dumbo.
That's dumb.
Not really that good.
Hey, how do you get any straight answers in a globe? Get
That's
it?
hilarious. That's hilarious.
What's the what's the difference between a piano, a tuner, and a pot of glue?
They both stick.
Beer?
You can tune a piano, but you can't piano a tuner.
Oh, that's a good one, actually.
No, you're supposed to ask what about the pot of glue, and I'm supposed to say I knew you'd get stuck on that.
Oh wow!
I think we should have an event on Earth Awakenings. Flurf Jesse versus Glober Jim, and have it like 20 minutes long, and we'll just go back and forth.
No.
Wait, what about
wait,
Jesse?
Wait. You're the Glober? Okay, yeah, I'll do it if you're the Glober, yeah.
I'm the smart one, you're the dumb one.
Are you Glober?
Glober.
Yeah,
First
Jim
of
is one
all,
of the top tier Titan Globers. You know that?
First of all,
That was what I was making out of him, yeah.
First of all, thanks for playing. Oh, that's terrible.
What's your negative attitude against Flat Earth, man? What's your problem?
Hey, my
What's your problem?
number one problem with flat earthers is their IQ is under 45.
Okay, that's not a valid point.
That doesn't even make sense. 45, you can't even like tie your shoes.
Yeah, I'm about to lose this debate, bro.
Bring up a good point.
Hey, my
Dude,
worst
you
problem
can't
with
stop
flat
your
Earth.
phone, dude.
You're about to become the world's favorite Glober, Jim. Like, you're gonna make everybody think you're a real Glober.
Hey, quiet flirt.
I wish
My
T-Mock
worst-
was here. Can somebody get
my-
T-Mock in here?
My worst problem with flat Earth is flat earthers thinking the Earth is flat. That's my biggest problem.
There you go. I can go with that one. Yep.
Wait, but he's not a flat earther, right?
What's more
The biggest
flat?
problem with flat Earth right now is that he invokes these 4 pillars of wind in the Book of Enoch when describing the model.
We
need to talk about pillars of wind.
Well, maybe there might be something to that because the movement of the structure in the sky, the 4 corners of the pyramid in the sky, might be causing that wind. So 4
I
corners.
haven't seen a
moving.
pyramid in the sky yet.
Like 4
Oh,
giant flutes.
Do you
So
see a
imagine the
pyramid in
huge
the sky
structure.
every day?
It is visible.
A pyramid.
Well, not with
in
your
the
bare
sky.
eyes, obviously, but with a special equipment called electro-optical equipment. So you gotta be looking into
What do
the
you mean?
electro-optical spectrum to be able to see it.
Like zoom in glass?
You know the problem with Jesse the Flurf is when you tell Jesse the Flurf the word terrestrial, he goes, "Is Terry on trial?" That's what he says.
What the fuck? Is Terry on trial?
That's funny because I don't get it. I mean, it's not funny, but it's laughable.
I'm sorry. You have to be a Glober to understand that joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh.
So Waterworld Glober, you want to tell me how things fall up?
Hey, I heard on a flat Earth, which is the disk, and the water falls off the side, that the Earth is always going up at 9.81 meters per second, and that's what keeps everything the flat Earth. Ha ha.
Damn.
Hey, flat earther, Jesse, I know your model, if you had one, better than you do. Haha.
Jim knows the globe better than Globers.
That's right. That's right. I have like 25 questions upstairs on my next to my desk of I can ask Globers that know about their globe history and outer space. It's like 25 questions, and every once in a while, I like to have fun with that.
You like having fun thinking about balls, huh?
I like having fun with Glober. And Jesse's just too much fun to have fun with as a flirt because he's
I think
real.
I'd be a better Glober than you, though.
Hey, put your Glober where your mouth is.
Well, I'd have to like make a new account and like use a voice modulator and like come back as a Glober. Different IP address.
I smarter than any flurf. Flurfs are dumb. I'm a Glober. I'm smart. Haha.
I just don't understand how anybody could think the Earth is flat. I mean, we have videos in outer space.
I've been to the moon.
This guy makes sense.
We have footage of the Earth with curvature. So what the fuck is wrong with you?
I was going up a hill today and I went up. It took me like 10 minutes to go up the hill and then I went back down after a while and it didn't look flat.
What's more flat? Flat Earth or Jesse Flurf's head? Which one was more flat?
That's a deep topic.
Deep.
Yeah, man, we don't got time. That's going to take a long time to unpack.
How deep? How deep? How deep? How deep?
Well, honestly, I think my head is a sphere.
I'm gonna tell you how dumb Jesse the Flurf is. When Jesse sees Isaiah 40:22 and he sees the circle of the earth, he thinks about only pizza. That's all he can think about.
Oh yeah. Every time I see circles, I think about pizza too.
I think
Sometimes
about pizza.
cookies.
Yes, yes. So when Jesse looks at that, he goes, "Circle of the earth, nah, pizza of the earth."
Pizza of the earth.
Yeah.
Hey, Waterworld.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any occult things?
Now
Thought
that accent is getting me. Now, what are you saying? Wait, talk to me now. Talk to me.
Do you have any occult things to talk about?
Occult things?
Yes.
Topics of
OCC?
the occult.
No,
Yeah, like the Bible.
I have steered clear of the occult my entire life.
Never looked into it.
Never, ever, 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 ever.
Because you're
But
scared of it.
why would you lie?
Well, why would they lie?
Lie about what?
About
not being part of the occult.
About the shape of Jesse's head. Why would they lie?
Funny guy. Funny guy.
Only after midnight.
I mean, if you are
Can I
part of the
hire you?
occult, that will be your exact answer to that question. Can you tell me something about the occult? I don't know nothing about the occult because
I know nothing about it.
yeah. Because if you say something about it and bring it to light, it wouldn't be occult.
You guys are getting really deep at like 2:00 in the morning.
That's not the way how I phrased the question, but it's kind of right.
Jesse the Flurf, are you Are you about to concede? Are you about to concede to my brilliance as a Glober?
I was just thinking about how easy it is to be a Glober. You could literally just fucking sit back, relax, have Google open, and just assert the narrative. It's just so easy. I
And you
just
know
thought
what?
about if I really was a Glober, I would just be fucking gravy training this freaking
Bro,
conversation.
these days with a cell phone, with a Google or an Apple, you just gotta search everything to the globe, and you got the answers right there.
You know
Yeah,
what
it's like
else?
I don't have to do any real science. I don't got to experiment. I can just refer to what's already on Google.
You know what else is easy for
Exactly.
Jesse the Flirt to do as a Glober? Talk to
Yeah.
Flirt like Jesse.
Hmm?
All right, that's it. Me and you are gonna have a debate: flat Earth versus globe. You got the globe position, Waterworld.
I tell you what. I tell you what. We'll have a basketball game, intellectual basketball game to 10. Globe versus Earth, and I'll give you 8 points. What do you think?
8 points for the globe and 8 points
No,
for the flat Earth.
no, 8 points for the Flurf because the Flurf won't be able to answer 2 questions before I get to 10. Ha ha.
Your debate tactics are really like you're just cheating.
He's saying he's giving you an 8 point advantage in a game of 10 points,
And
and he's gonna beat you.
I'm still gonna beat him. Ha ha.
Are you guys like grooming Waterworld to become like a psyop operator?
You called me a psyop. I can't believe that.
Not like that. Still grooming you.
Yeah, I used to be groomed, but that was many, many years ago.
He's very sarcastic, actually.
I was out of college. They tried to recruit me as a Glober. And I said, where do I sign up? Yep, that was me. Because they knew somewhere along the line I would meet Jesse the Flirt and I would destroy him intellectually. They knew it.